debate that was interrupted on the Wednesday of June 19th, 2024 in the afternoon sitting. Debate began yesterday, that is the Wednesday of 19th June 2024 in the morning, with members allocated an approximate time of 5 minutes each to give their opinions, basing their argument or debate on the two documents, as I told you earlier, that is the Finance Bill 2024, as well as the report of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. Talking about the report is that you will recall that the report contains a number of amendments that are following the public participation stakeholders gave out with regards to the contents of the bill. In the report also, there are new clauses. For instance, there is the new clause 66, on the road maintenance levy, in which the committee recommends an increase of the levy
from Kenya shillings 18 to 25 per litre on all petroleum fuels. In its report, the committee argues that the current levy amounts to 18%, 18 shillings per litre of all petroleum fuels, with an anti-adulteration levy of the same amount charged on kerosene. The levy is deposited into the Road Maintenance Levy Fund for annual repair and maintenance of roads, of course, under the administration by the Kenya Roads Board. But in the report, it further notes that the performance of the levy in 2023-2024 has been negatively affected by the demand effects of the high fuel prices and the exchange rate depreciation. The fall in the collections under the road maintenance levy has continued to affect the repair and maintenance of highways, urban and rural roads. And it is on this background that the committee recommends an increase of the levy pursuant to Section 3 of the Road Maintenance Levy Fund Act from 18 to 25 per litre. This is a new clause in the bill, which has been noted down on the report by the committee, which is currently in the hands of the legislators, who in their debate also focus on that as part of that which, if passed, will be part of the bill. There have been contentious clauses which the committee indicated have been revised and others have been dropped. One of them is clause 45 and 48. This one is on the eco levy. In the report, the committee notes that the purpose of the eco levy is to help redress environmental damage and pollution caused by the import of certain finished products into Kenya. In this regard, the committee observed that the levy should only be applied to imported finished products to protect local manufacturers who are currently subjected to extended producer responsibility. The committee observed that in line with the international best practices of the polluter pays principle, it is critical to ensure that the manufacturer of offending items contributes to financing the safe disposal of the products. With regards to this, the committee proposes to remove the imposition of the levy on diapers, motorcycle tires, bicycles, wheelchairs, and three-wheeled motorized vehicles, commonly referred to as tuk-tuks, and reduce the rate of eco-levy for certain finished goods. Remember, this has been one of the contentious clauses or issues that has been contained in the finance bill, and even the legislators in their debate, most of them or a bigger number of them
were using, or rather sought clarification or even hailed the move by the committee with regards to the amendments to the eco levy. That is the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula. The mess is ahead of him. He is the one who will be presiding over this morning's sitting. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast, brought to you by PBU in partnership with KBC. My name is Kamche Menza. Good morning.
Mheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba tuteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu, na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen.
Honorable members, we have quorum. Order. We have quorum to transact business. I want to thank the House for your resilience yesterday. Many members stayed in the House from morning till late.
Those of you who wanted to speak yesterday but didn't get the opportunity, I believe you'll get that opportunity this morning to make your views known on the bill. And I also want to recognize the level of decorum that has been exhibited in this debate and encourage that we remain so. Honorable members, also House Business directed and recommended that we will have a Tuesday morning sitting. So at some point this morning, the majority leader and minority leader will move a motion to get your approval for that sitting. After that motion, we'll go straight to the bill. We remain true to the 5 minutes. Most of the issues have been canvassed. So if you have 1 or 2 points and you have an opportunity, you don't have to exhaust your 5 minutes, so that many more members can be able to speak to the bill. Call out the orders. Yes, Honorable Wandai.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for your guidance. And Honorable Speaker, I think so far so good, but we are facing some challenges, and perhaps I want to seek your guidance on this, or directives. Honorable Speaker, as you can see, the House is not full, and a number of members are finding it difficult to access the House. Personally, a number of members, as we speak, are finding it difficult to go through the police blockades to access the House. I've personally had to struggle to get to this House this morning. Honorable Speaker,
what is the problem?
The problem is that the entire Parliament precinct is cordoned off by people who appear to be police officers, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are living in a democratic country. And this house is a symbol of our democracy. No person in this country has got the authority to establish a blockade around Parliament, to cordon off Parliament. There is no state of emergency which has been declared, as far as I'm aware, under the Constitution. Under the Constitution. I am aware that on Tuesday or Wednesday, or yesterday, Tuesday I think, there were some demonstrations around Parliament and in the CBD. Very, very peaceful demonstrations by very, very young children who were unarmed throughout the demonstrations. In fact, the police who provoked them and eventually arrested very many of them who were innocent, took them to police stations, they spent the night there, and they were released unconditionally on free bond, Honorable Speaker. So what is it that is occasioning this overzealous approach by the police? Can the speakers direct the Inspector General of Police to withdraw the police officers who have made this parliament to be like a military installation, Honorable Speaker? It is an affront to our democracy for this parliament to be turned into a military installation, Honorable Speaker. Why is it that we are making this business of finance bill become a so serious a matter that the whole country comes to a standstill, Honorable Speaker? It's an issue that we must be addressed before today's business can proceed. I want to call upon my colleague members that we ensure that that cordon, that blockade is removed before we can proceed the business.
Thank you.
We cannot be making steps forward and then regressing as a country, as a democracy.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Yes, Osoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we must appreciate our Constitution 2010, Honorable Speaker, and the independent offices that are provided therein. Honorable Speaker, the unit of the police, the National Police Service, is an independent institution. They do not take instructions from Parliament, don't take instructions from His Excellency the President, and they work independently to exercise their duty, Honorable Speaker.
Can you repeat that? I was consulting with a member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, what I'm saying is we need to appreciate our democracies. The legislature is an independent institution. The National Police Service is an independent unit that does not take instructions from anybody. While we appreciate the right for every Kenyan to picket under Article 37 as provided by the law, Honorable Speaker, the police are there to provide security for even those who are picketing, Honorable Speaker. As we were moving around, Honorable Speaker, coming towards this house, Honorable Speaker, this morning, we have not seen, any barricaded roads across. What we see is our police officers basking in the sun and relaxing and waiting for those who want to picket to also provide them with security. They actually deserve security, Honorable Speaker. We have not seen anybody picketing. We've only seen police officers covering our areas and providing security for these honorable members and everybody around the streets of Nairobi, Honorable Speaker. And they've even said, the minority leader, Honorable Speaker, has even said right now that even those who are purportedly arrested were released on free, without being charged. That ideally shows, because that is an independent institution, that shows, Honorable Speaker, that the police are simply doing their job. And we really can't stop discharging our duties, Honorable Speaker, here to start bashing on the police who are actually doing their job. But again, Gen Z are free to picket. They are free to move around. They are allowed to come even up outside the gate of Parliament. And they are allowed to carry placards. Nobody is going to harass them, but allow also the police to provide the Gen Z with security, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable members. I hear you, Minority Leader. I hear you, Majority Whip. I came to Parliament very early, at 6, so probably the police had not taken their positions. This House will operate without any fear or favor, intimidation, or any negative pressure. I want to encourage you
to be all times assured that you are safe here. I will direct the clerk and the sergeant to check with the police and report to me in the course of the morning what is happening so that I can also be able to react on the basis of fact. Thank you.
Can we now go to our orders?
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages.
Order number 4, petitions.
Phyllis Barto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, the undersigned, on behalf of the residents of Mutembei constituency, draw the attention of the following, of the House to the following. 1, that Agricultural Settlement Fund Trustees was established in 1963 under the Agriculture Act,
Cap 318 of the Laws of Kenya, Section 168, which was repealed by the Agriculture, Fisheries and Food Authority Act 2013. That the fund is managed by the Ministry of Lands and Physical Planning. Its mandate is vested in the Settlement Fund Trustees, joined by the Ministry of Lands, National Treasury, Interior and Agriculture. That the LGO Border Scheme Settlement Scheme is among the schemes established under the fund in 1963 for agricultural development and purchase of land with an initial capital of 5,000 aimed at facilitating settlement and development in the region. That over the years, due to various socio-economic factors and changes in the land ownership, the burden of arrears of loan payment has become unmanageable for the current generation of residents. That many families inherited the debt without the corresponding assets or resources to repay it. Further, the original purpose of the Settlement Trust Fund has been overshadowed by the financial strain it imposes on the community. That the debt incurred by the LGO border scheme has grown exponentially over time, surpassing the initial capital of Kenya shillings 5,000, hence becoming a significant barrier to the economic progress and the well-being of the community by hindering their ability to invest in essential infrastructure, education, healthcare, among others. That the residents have over the years received demand notices regarding the arrears of the loan payment with possibilities of repossession of the land if the outstanding amounts are not paid. And that the issues in respect of which this petition is raised are not pending before any court of law or any constitutional or legal body. Therefore, your humble petitioners pray that the National Assembly, through the Public Participation Committee, 1, engages the Settlement Funds trustee with a view of seeking waiver of the accumulated debt of LGO Border Settlement Scheme by the community. And 2, makes any recommendation or action it deems fit in addressing the plight of the petitioners. And your petitioners will ever pray. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Professor. Yes, Bukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to support the petition by Honorable Barto about the settlement farms trustees. And this is not just limited to Honorable Barto, but I would want the committee, when they'll be looking into this issue,
that we can have an amnesty for all SFT farms that are within the country, because these were meant to benefit the poorer people after the colonialists left. Unfortunately, when the colonialists left, many of these farms reverted back to the well-connected who are in government at that time. And they grabbed huge chunks of lands, squeezing the poor ones into sharing either 2.5 acres or 5 acres, and then imposing to them to pay 5,000, which was a lot of money at that time. And cumulatively, it has been accruing debts. So as we forgive all other debts, debts for the sugarcane farmers, debt for the coffee farmers, I think we should also look at debts which are owed to SFTs, debts which are owed to AFCs that people used to purchase lands, so that we can make sure that
These people are well settled. They are not, and they are given title deeds so that they can be able to have something either for themselves or for their children to inherit. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to support, and I would ask that when the committee is sitting, please invite some of us who represent areas that have SFT farms, that our people are still suffering with those pending debts. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The petition is committed to the Public Petitions Committee to report back within 60 days. Next.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, before I lay this paper, if you allow me, I want to sincerely thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the way you conducted this session of yesterday. Yes, yes. I want to commend you, Honorable Speaker. If I get your full attention, I'll be very happy. I want to commend you for conducting the debate yesterday and actually sitting throughout. I watched you rise at 9. I think we need, if it was any other place, I would have requested we give the Speaker a standing ovation. But because this is Parliament, let's give him a stamp on our foot to appreciate him for the good job. And the way you conducted, there was danger that it would spiral into something else. But Honorable Speaker, you managed this House very, very well. And members also for the decorum and respect that we have for each other and for the Speaker. I want to thank you sincerely, Honorable Speaker, and Congole for that. Honorable Speaker, now I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, June 20th, 2024, in the morning sitting. Annual report and financial statements for the financial year 2022-2023 from the Commission on Revenue Allocation, and 2, Kenya National Shipping Line audited financial statements from the Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy, and Maritime Affairs. I beg to lay, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Majority Leader. Next. And thank you for the compliment.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
There are 2 requests for statements. One from Monica Marubu, Women Rep Lamu. Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44, 2C, I rise to request a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the status of compensation for fishermen in Lamu County. Honorable Speaker, for over a decade, fishermen have been engaged in legal battles and rigorous vetting processes to receive compensation after being displaced by the Lamu Port 3-berth project, also known as the Rapset project. The project area was primarily a popular fishing ground for the local fishermen who are able to use their rudimentary fishing equipment. However, due to the effects of dredging, destruction of coral reefs and mangrove forests, which led to murky waters. The fish population and locations were affected, thereby displacing the fishermen from the area. Moreover, the High Court of Kenya held the project dispute disrupted the cultural and economic activities of the local fisher community, and they were to be rightly compensated. Honorable Speaker, while we appreciate the efforts made by the government by initiating the compensation process, it is regrettable that there are significant concerns regarding the criteria used to verify the fishermen to be compensated. Further, in addition to the fair compensation, the government was to implement a comprehensive fishing value chain approach to ensure the sustainability of the local fisher community. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee of Transport and Infrastructure on the following. Number one, can the chairperson provide details of the fishermen set to receive compensation, including their areas of residence and fishing grounds, and state the criteria used for the verification process? Number two, can the chairperson state the measures in place to ensure that only fishermen from the affected fishing grounds and local fisher community receive compensation, and provide timelines for completion of the compensation process? Number three, and finally, can the chairperson explain why the government is yet to implement a fishing value chain approach to boost the fishing industry of the area, considering that compensation provided for the fishermen does not provide a long-term solution, hence jeopardizing the sustainable source of livelihood of the fisher community in Lamu County? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Chairman, Transport and Infrastructure. Any member of that committee? Transport and Infrastructure, Majority Leader, direct them to bring a response in 2 weeks. Ben Chonga. Give him the mic. There you are.
Thank you, Speaker. It's Ken Chonga, not Ben Chonga.
Ken.
Ken, yes.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Ken Chonga.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Parliamentary Committee on Lands regarding irregular allocation of a parcel of land in Gongoni Village, Junju Ward in Kilifi South Constituency. Honorable Speaker, indigenous people of Gongoni were displaced from their ancestral land by the colonial government purportedly for public use. After attainment of independence, the displaced residents never resettled on the land. Instead, in the early 1960s, the parcel of land LR number 140/4/Mainland North was leased to Vipingo Sisal Development Company for commercial activities on the land. The parcel of land LR number 140/4/Mainland North was leased to the Vipingo Sisal and Leasing Company. Despite the allocation of the said property, the company never conducted any commercial activities on the land for the entire lease period until its expiry in 2016. Notably, Mr. Speaker, when residents conducted an official search to authenticate the status of the land in November 2023, the results revealed that the land was issued to one Mr. Said Swale Musa and Mr. Shifea Swale Musa, and a new certificate of lease number CR 82241. It is astonishing that the said persons are neither residents of Gongoni village nor trustees of the Gongoni community. The irregular allocation of the said parcel of land has caused anguish to the residents, noting that by law, any land that is under leasehold reverts back to the government upon expiry of such lease. Honorable Speaker, it is against this backdrop that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Lands on the following. One, under what circumstances was LR number 140/4/Mainland North registered in the name of Mr. Saidi Swale Musa and Shifaye Swale Musa, despite being community land? 2, what is the status of investigation into the irregular allocation of the said parcel of land? 3, what measures will the Minister of Lands put in place to revoke the allocation of the said land if found in contravention of the law and revert the same to Gongoni community? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairman Lands, Nyamoko. Give him the mic. Yes, member for Changamwe. Give Nyamoko, take your seat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to express an interest in this matter. The said land belongs to our family. We have a title deed, genuine one, and the honorable member is aware that we own that piece of land. The so-called Shifea side are actually my cousins. So I wish to state very categorical here that this land belongs to us and we have a title deed, which is a genuine title deed. And the honorable member is aware. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker.
Moko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we'll give a response in 2 weeks' time. 14 days.
Next order. Pardon? Yes, Bowen.
Mr. Speaker, I thought the owner of the land has already responded. I don't know if there is need for the committee again to go look into who is the owner of the land when the owner is already here and he has said that the land belongs to him. Is there a need for the committee again to go and look who is the owner?
That notwithstanding, the statement is directed at the chairman of lands. He has to come and respond. Next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion, resolution to hold a Tuesday morning sitting.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 33C, this House resolves to hold a morning sitting on Tuesday, 25th June 2024, commencing at 9:30 a.m. for purposes of considering priority business. Honorable Speaker, members will realize we have very crucial business ahead of us today, top among them being the continuation of the finance bill. Honorable Speaker, I must thank the Gen Zs also, because, Honorable Speaker, for the first time in the history of this House, especially this 13th Parliament, at 8:30 a.m., not less than 50 members were already logged in. So, if not for anything else, the Gen Zs have made members of Parliament to report to work very early. And it's a good thing. It's the beauty of our democracy, Honorable Speaker. And now that we reported this early, Honorable Speaker, to contribute to the finance bill, I am certain if you look at the numbers, we may not have enough time to finish with the finance bill today and move on to the IEBC amendments from the Senate. And members will understand how crucial that business is. So we want to make sure that we have adequate time to complete the finance bill, the committee of the whole, without anticipating debate next week, and also be able to complete with the IEBC amendments from the Senate in time before we progress to the short recess that is due the following week. And Honorable Speaker, you are aware next week is the last week of this month, and we ought to have passed both the finance bill and the appropriations bill that are also lined up next week, which I will be speaking to later this afternoon during the usual Thursday statement. I therefore wish to appeal to members to support so that we have adequate time to process all this business. And I wish to request, I beg to move and request the Leader of Minority to second.
The Honorable Speaker, I wish to second, and for the simple reason that I consider the matter of the IBC so crucial that we cannot afford to delay it any further. And therefore, let's proceed in the manner proposed by the Leader of Majority. I second.
All the honorable members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 33C, this House resolves to hold a morning sitting on Tuesday, 25th June 2024, commencing at 9:30 a.m. for purposes of considering priority business. Put the question. Yes. Member for Sem.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I rise to support, there's a related matter that I would like to raise, but basically, again, to seek a clarification from you, Mr. Speaker. You had indicated earlier, and I know that we are likely to go to the Committee of the Whole House on the finance bill. And that's one of the reasons we are really sitting on that day, on Tuesday. But also, you indicated last evening that those who want to make amendments should have their amendments in by 1 p.m. today. Mr. Speaker, the clarification I was seeking, normally we have more time. Why are we limiting today if the Committee of the Whole House is likely to be on Tuesday, as you had indicated? Because one would have thought that even up to tomorrow, midday, would still be adequate. That's the clarification I needed. But otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I support the Tuesday sitting.
Before I put the question, Honorable Nyikal, I have made a pronouncement about 4 times on this floor that those who have amendments file them by 1 o'clock today. For the simple reason that, one, the bill has attracted a lot of contentious arguments and proposals. 2, the committee itself, in its report, has recommended a myriad of amendments to the bill. 3, we want to have sufficient time for amendments that may be identical or overlapping to be harmonized. And we can't do that if we are constrained with time. 4, if you are speaking for yourself, you are the sort of member of parliament who I know would draft an amendment before the bill is even moved. So I don't know why you want extra time. My direction that all amendments be filed by 1 o'clock stands. I don't think it's injurious to any member. I don't think it oppresses any member. And since the time I started making the pronouncement, no member has raised any reservation, Dr. Nyikal. And I believe your reservation is not only unhelpful, but will just draw us back to management of House business that will not be helpful. Yes. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wanted to add to your 4 points.
Yes.
5, since you got up to 4, is that this is a money bill. And being a money bill, in line with Article 114 and on standing orders, all the amendments that members will be proposing must be shared with the National Treasury for concurrence. And therefore, if we allow more time, then there will be no time for the back and forth between the National Assembly and Treasury. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You should actually appreciate the Speaker, because ordinarily, the office that receives amendments will just tell you it has been closed. At least I've given you sufficient notice on the direction of time. Thank you. Yes, Okello? Let's not eat into debating time. Yes. Give Okello the mic.
Honorable Speaker, I've got a question related to that, whereas I also support the issue of IBC that needs to be fast-tracked based on the fact that at least not less than 2 constituencies are now disenfranchised as a result of either
Jared Okello, that is a moot point. Your own leader has said this here 5 times.
Yeah, I've got a question.
I don't know why you should repeat it.
I'm coming to a question, Honorable
Take
Speaker.
your seat. If you want to use up your leader's powers, the Speaker will not assist you on that. Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 33C, this House resolves to hold a morning sitting on Tuesday, 25th June 2024, commencing at 9:30 a.m. for purposes of considering priority business. As members of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2024, resumption of debate.
Yes, Honorable Wandai. Give him the mic. Give him the mic. Why? His mic is... I'm told your mic is malfunctioning. Put where Kainan is.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, sorry. Honorable Speaker, I've got an issue I need to raise now before we can proceed with the debate that was going on yesterday. Honorable Speaker, my attention has been drawn to a letter purportedly emanating from the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury. They had dated 19th June, that was yesterday, and addressed to the Clerk of the National Assembly. It's also copied to the Right Honorable Speaker. And it's a letter concerning request for the advisory on conclusion of supply and ways and means process by the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, going through this letter in a nutshell, really, in summary, the National Treasury CS is purporting to direct this House that, and I want just to read some paragraph here, that we further note that following the ongoing debate on the Finance Bill 2024, should the Finance Bill 2024 be approved as proposed by the National Treasury, the National Assembly can proceed with the consideration of the appropriations bill as published. However, if the revenue-raising measures contained in the Finance Bill are not approved by the National Assembly, there will be a likely revenue shortfall of approximately Kenya shillings 200 billion. In order to remain within the provisions of the law, I'm just paraphrasing, we propose the following measures, and so on and so forth. Honorable Speaker, first and foremost, the Cabinet Secretary is treading on very slippery grounds, and indeed dangerous grounds. First, by purporting to direct the House on what it's supposed to do in its legislative role. Two, is also anticipating debate, because as far as I'm aware, we are still at the stage of debating this bill. It is not up the duty of anybody out there to start anticipating how the bill will go. But more importantly, Honorable Speaker, Article 221 of the Constitution. If you can listen to, if just pay me attention. Article 221 of the Constitution. I think at Article 6, it says that when the estimates of national government expenditure and the estimates of expenditure for the judiciary and parliament have been approved by the National Assembly, they shall be included in an appropriation bill which shall be introduced into the National Assembly to authorize withdrawal from the consolidation fund, and so on and so forth. That is the Constitution. But if you go further to the Public Finance Management Act, Section 40, subsection 5, it says, and I want just to read quickly, that any of the recommendations made by the relevant committee of the National Assembly or adopted by the National Assembly on revenue matters shall, among other things, ensure that the total amount of revenue raised is consistent with the approved fiscal framework and the Division of Revenue Act. What am I saying? If you read the Constitution at Article 221(5), together with the Public Finance Management Act, Section 40, Honorable Speaker, subsection 5, you arrive at the conclusion that the appropriations bill can only be informed by the estimates, not by the finance bill, Honorable Speaker. That the appropriations bill can only flow or emanate from the estimates that we have actually approved last week also in this House. So what, therefore, is the CS purporting to say here? He's saying that if we don't approve the finance bill as in the form it originated from, I think, National Treasury, we shall have, therefore, to review or change the appropriations bill to conform with the finance bill as passed. Honorable Speaker, my submission is that it is the bill, first and foremost, we need to know from the chair of the Committee on Finance. Because the work of the Committee on Finance is to look for ways to raise money to finance the budget that has been passed. Are they saying that they were unable to look for money to finance the budget that we passed last week? If so, the logical thing, Honorable Speaker, is to do a supplementary budget. That is the only logical thing, not to do what the CS is purporting to direct us to do here. So what I want to ask you, Honorable Speaker, first and foremost, is to call the CS to order. To order from your chair. He cannot be seen to be supervising this House. In other words, actually, he's trying to put pressure on this House to act in a particular manner. Yes. The CS of National Treasury, who is not elected by anybody, as far as I'm concerned, is purporting to supervise this House in its legislative role. Something that flies in the face of the Constitution and the relevant law, Honorable Speaker. So I would want, at the very least, that you direct that this letter be withdrawn by the National Treasury. And secondly, to compel him to commit not to attempt, now or in the future, to try to dictate to this House in the manner it's supposed to conduct its business. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and let me thank the Leader of Majority for raising this particular issue about this letter. But, Honorable Speaker, the Minority Leader, sorry. Honorable Speaker, You know, they say any name can raise a baby. And today you are the majority, tomorrow you can be the minority. There's absolutely nothing wrong with me, the slip of the tongue, referring to the Honorable Pio Wandai as a leader of majority. At times I've had people, the slip of the tongue, refer to Junet as a majority whip. At times I am referred to as a minority leader, majority whip. Any name is a name, provided we do what we are here to do. And Honorable Pio will tell you, in the last parliament, when we were with him here, the majority side, that was Jubilee, became the minority and had to depend on the minority side in its own government to pretend to be the majority. The leader of majority then, the Honorable Kimunya, the last 2 years, was the leader of the majority, but was actually a leader of the minority from the majority side. Because the Honorable Aden Duale, who was a ranking member like the Honorable John Buddy, was the leader of the majority on the majority side. But moving on, Honorable Speaker, I was thanking the Honorable Pio for raising this issue because it's important that we all get to an understanding not just of the import of this letter, but the import of all the proposed amendments that we will do to the finance bill, Honorable Speaker. And it's good that when you are responding to the Honorable Nyikal, you did point out some of those issues. And principally, Honorable Speaker, the last point that I added, that this being a money bill, we must get the concurrence of the National Treasury. And there is reason as to why the drafters of our Constitution, Article 114, put that particular provision of concurrence with the National Treasury. Honorable Speaker, if you read that letter, it points to provisions of the law as it is. Professor Ndungu, who assigned this letter, is not referring to anything that is outside of the law and the provisions of our Constitution. He refers to Section 39(4)(c) of the PFM Act, which requires that any increase in expenditure in a proposed appropriation is balanced by a reduction in expenditure in another proposed appropriation. Honorable Speaker, he goes on to quote Section 45 of the PFM Act and other sections of the PFM Act that indicate that if we are to reduce the proposed revenue estimates, Honorable Speaker, then concurrently, and I said it on Tuesday, something must give in. If we reduce taxes that are proposed to be the revenue-raising measures to finance the budget that we have adopted, then we must find a way of either reducing expenditure, the expenditure side, because if you don't do so, what you will do is increase the fiscal deficit. It is this House, Honorable Speaker, and I was hoping the Honorable Juguna Ndungu had pointed to it, and I see he hadn't, that we passed a debt ceiling in this House. We cannot go beyond that which we have passed in this House. The National Treasury cannot borrow beyond a certain point, a ceiling that we have set by law in this House. And therefore, if we're asking that let us reduce the revenues, but don't touch the expenditure side, what we are doing is simply telling the National Treasury, increase the fiscal deficit against the law. And we cannot act against the law. I know we are the lawmakers, but we are not allowed by the Constitution to act ultra vires the Constitution. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, what the Cabinet Secretary, it could be a preemptive. It could be preemptive that I want to agree with the Honorable Pio. It is preempting debate, but the Honorable Juguna Ndungu, CS Juguna Ndungu, is not engaging in debate. This is an advisory opinion to us, reminding us that we need to abide by the Constitution and by our own laws. Honorable Speaker, the leader of minority spoke to the need, and he has asserted that the right thing, and he said it so emphatically you would want to believe him, that the right thing to do is to do a supplementary budget. That is the wrong thing to do. It is the wrong thing to do, Honorable Speaker, because you cannot begin from a mistake and say now we will break the law at this particular stage, then we will fix it with a supplementary budget. Supplementary budget should only come in once we have first in the first instance, are bound by what is provided for in the law. We have not burst our fiscal deficit as stipulated under our PFM Act. And if in the course of implementation of this budget, there are additional expenditures that then would lead to a bursting of that fiscal deficit, then we call for a supplementary budget. But we cannot say that at this point what we should be doing is a supplementary budget. What shall we be supplementing if we are even yet to pass the appropriations bill? We need to pass the appropriations bill and the finance bill so that we complete the budget making cycle. Once you complete the budget making cycle, then after that you can do a supplementary budget. But we cannot complete a budget making cycle against the law. And that is what Honorable Pio and I is telling us that we should do. It is my humble submission, Honorable Speaker, then, that this letter is in good standing, and this is the way it is. I saw a number of votes, Honorable Speaker, and I said on Tuesday, Honorable Speaker, when this report was tabled, that someone once quipped that choices have consequences. And in lawmaking, the same is true. If we choose to cut on our revenue-raising measures, as the Finance Committee has proposed, there will definitely be consequences. Honorable Speaker, I am fortunate to have been in this House in the last Parliament. The Honorable Andai, who has raised this issue, and the Honorable Junet were in this House in 2018. In 2018, Honorable Speaker, you remember the contentious Uhuru second term, the second finance bill. It was equally contentious. And you remember the debate that was there then about fuel, from 16%, 8%, from 0% VAT. And when we did the revenue-raising measures bill in the form of a finance bill, consequently, we had to adjust the expenditure side. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, it is not the first time it is happening, and it is not the last time. Therefore, if our JSS teachers, who we appropriated resources to hire, if there isn't adequate resources to hire JSS teachers, then something has to give in. If there is a road in Ugunja constituency that was to be tarmacked, and the resources are not enough, or in Kikuyu constituency for that matter, then we just have to do away with them, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, I just want to ask the Honorable Pio to hold his horses. In actual fact, what we are doing now is anticipating debate, Honorable Speaker. We are the ones now who are anticipating debate because we are yet to complete the finance bill, because at the conclusion of the finance bill, it is only at that point we'll be able to tell the net effect of all the changes that have been made and decide whether then we need whatever quantum we need to adjust on the expenditure side. Honorable Speaker, let me just conclude by saying we cannot and we shall not have our cake and eat it at the same time. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members, this issue is very straightforward, but for purposes of record, I'll give you a direction at 2:30. Meanwhile, we proceed with debate. It has absolutely no impact on the debate going on. I will give you a direction at 2:30. Order, Honorable Wandai, you have so ably prosecuted your case, and the majority leader has responded. Budget Chairman, I will, in fact, pass on these letters to you. So I'm not opening debate on this. Call out the next order. Order, honorable members. Order. When I came to the chamber, I had seen this letter. And I had also my own feelings about it. I'll give you direction at 2:30. I don't have to consume parliamentary time debating something that is very clear in my mind. My thoughts are very rich, Junet. Have you called us? Order, honorable members, order. Back to the finance bill. We have 120 requests. With 120 requests, at 5 minutes, we need about 9 to 10 hours. Can I ask the majority and minority leader to approach the chair? The majority and minority leader approach the chair. Order, honorable members. Order. Wangela, take your seat. Order. Bandi, take your seat. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, I want us to proceed as follows. We have Honorable Zambia, who has 3.5 minutes to go. I've told you how many of you have keyed in. At 7 a.m. this morning, 50 members had already keyed in. But that shows the intensity of interest in the bill. We will start the debate now up to 1. In the afternoon, I'll give you 1 hour from 2:30 to 3:30. We will not need Honorable Pukose to call for the mover to reply. The mover will be called by the speaker to reply at 3:30, whereafter we shall go to vote. I've consulted with your leadership on whether we should go on with 5 minutes and cut off at the hours we have agreed, or allow more members to contribute by truncating the time to 3 minutes. If you agree to 3 minutes, we can truncate the time to 3 minutes so that more members can speak. Is that all right with the House? I put the question that the time for contribution be reduced from 5 minutes to 3 minutes. As many as of that opinion say aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Secondly, honorable members, I encourage you to desist from raising frivolous points of order, because some members have been raising points of order that are completely far from points of order. Yes. So, in Zambia, you finish your 3.5 minutes. The next members I call, you'll be taking 3 minutes. Members, you also keyed in very early, but sometimes the chair may not necessarily follow the list because you find like you have 10 members in a row from one side. We have to balance the House. So we will be jumping and zigzagging in the list to make sure there's some balanced representation on the floor. Zambia, go on.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, we have a responsibility as a House to protect the interests of our Kenyan citizens. Honorable Speaker, I totally oppose this finance bill. Reasons being that, Honorable Speaker, we understand that the motor vehicle tax, edible oil tax, among others, have been deleted. But, Honorable Speaker, there are so many hidden taxes. Honorable Speaker, when you talk of 7 shillings per litre in fuel levy, it means that the cost of
production in the local industries will go up. Honorable Speaker, even the cost of producing bread will be higher than even the normal rate as at now. Honorable Speaker, our Kenyan citizens are struggling to put food on the table. Honorable Speaker, the cost of living is going to increase even further if we consider passing this bill. Honorable Speaker, I urge members of this House to consider the cry outside there of Akina Wanjiku and the others. Honorable Speaker, the life of the Kenyan citizen of running businesses is totally unbearable as we speak now. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to the local industries, they are closing down their businesses. Reason being that the cost of production is going high and high every time. And Honorable Speaker, we have come to understand that most of the industries are closing down, making it not possible to keep on employing more of the Kenyan citizens. And Honorable Speaker, when we talk of the NDF, there are so many hidden costs which the Kenyan, as a house, we should come out clear to make sure that the cost of living of the Kenyan citizens is bearable. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Speaker, and as the government, when you talk of the hustlers, the borders, the mama bokas, it is very clear that the things are getting worse and out of hand. Honorable Speaker, I urge this government to reconsider getting a better finance bill to move the Kenyan citizens forward. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Mandera West. Member for Mandera West. Order, honorable members. Order. The conversations are too loud. Order. Cynthia Muge, take your seat. You've been standing there for 10 minutes. Honorable members, those who want to engage in conversations, there's a lobby out there. You can go and converse and come back. Give me time to hear what members are saying, and give those who want to listen to debate. Member for Mandera West. Give him a functioning mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this chance to contribute to this very important bill that is in front of us. Mr. Speaker, sir, finance bill is an annual event. It has been done from the time Kenya was born up to this time. I personally, I think this is the seventh one I am contributing or participating in. And therefore, we all know that without finance bill, there will be no government activity. If you don't pass finance bill and allow the government to continue with its activity, there will be no government activities. And we all know that the government is there for the interest of the community, the larger community. I take this opportunity to sincerely thank the Finance Committee for listening, for doing a very thorough public participation all over the country, and for listening to the various issues that has been raised by the public, and for particularly saying that the contentious issues such as the bread, the VAT on bread, motor vehicle, the eco levy on sanitary pads and diapers, the excise duties on vegetable oil and others, which were contentious, they have already recommended that it be dropped. And therefore, it is for this House to concur with the recommendation of the Finance Committee to drop those very contentious issues. I have been called by my constituents so much, but as I explained to them what has been dropped, and particularly the finance bill is looking at putting 1 billion shilling for restocking. As you all know that the area where I represent and others had a serious drought for 4 years, and we lost almost all our livestock, and we don't have any other livelihood except rearing of livestock. And this finance bill is giving us 1 billion to restock. That is a very big gain, and my constituents have told me that to make sure that 1 billion is protected. Honorable Speaker, sir, there are very important gains in this finance bill, particularly.
Your time up, Irene Mayaka. You have 3 minutes, so compose your thoughts and compress them quickly.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I take this opportunity to emphatically reject the finance bill. And Honorable Speaker, one of the things that I just want to say and make very clear is that we should not subject ourselves to the pressures that are being implemented by the IMF on funding conditions that they are giving to this country. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Gen Z and the people of Kenya because they exercise their rights under Article 1 and 2 of the Constitution, together with Article 37 of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, in my quest to reject the finance bill, one of the things that I just want to say very clearly, I keep hearing members telling us that we need to start using locally manufactured sanitary towels, and especially to our male members. I just want to tell you, stop taking Panadols for our headache. Locally manufactured sanitary pads are not of good quality. You cannot expect young girls out there to use pads that will make them have infections and such like things. Honorable Speaker, some of the clauses that I really want us to look into and come and also reject is, for example, clause number 63 that talks about KRA having access to our information. Clause number 23 that talks about amateur sporting association being added additional tax. Honorable Speaker, some of the repercussions that we will have as a country if we continue with this finance bill is that we are making our investment climate to become a very unpredictable one. We will make our country not be and have appetite for investments from foreign investors and local investors.
Locally manufactured, so she also is not substandard. She must be able to give accurate information to the Kenyans. Locally manufactured goods, locally manufactured things are of high value, including herself, Honorable Speaker. She is locally manufactured, unless she is confirming that she is substandard. She should substitute, Honorable Speaker.
Irene, wind up.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As I wind up, I just want, unless I am not aware, what I know is that the Honorable Member does not use pads. I am the one who uses pads, so I know the feeling, and most Kenyans know the feeling who use pads. So unless you use pads, please tell me otherwise. As I wind up, I just want to say this, please, to the government of Kenya, the happiness of some of the tax members who take alcohol by increasing their tax. I want to urge you, please, kindly, do not again come and tax the only happiness that Kenyans are remaining with, adults who pay taxes, which is their orgasms. I thank you.
Abraham Kirwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I stand here, Mr. Speaker, to support this bill as amended. Mr. No country or nation that will be able to stand without a budget. And there is no budget that can be able to stand without revenue resources. And so, Mr. Speaker, there is so much that has been said about this particular finance bill. Perception about this finance bill. There is so much amendments that has been done, which is good. And so, Mr. Speaker, one, I would like to urge the individuals who are our members who are really opposing this particular bill to reread the bill, because first, there is no way to reject a whole bill. There is no way we can actually do amendments, but to reject a bill like this is not possible. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to actually support this bill for two reasons. One, it's supporting the farmers. Most of my constituents actually grow sugarcane and also tea and many other things. And on this bill, Mr. Speaker, it is supporting the constituents, the members of my constituents. The issue of school. Most of the students, Mr. Speaker, those who are in JSS, no students, but the teachers who are in JSS, Mr. Speaker, will be absorbed because of the funding which is now coming through this financial bill. And three, Mr. Speaker, we are talking of the promoting the local manufacturing. In this bill, Mr. Speaker, we are truly promoting the local, will create a lot of jobs. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand here to support this bill as amended, and I want to challenge and ask all the Kenyans who have not read the bill to read it, so that we are not using our Gen Z to just protest for the sake of protesting, but to support this bill because it is the right thing to do and it will help this nation. Thank you. The bill.
Rosa Buyo.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity, and the first thing I'd like to say is I want to congratulate all those young people who came out on the streets because they are taking control of their lives. And I want to give this credit to one man in this country, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, because he's able to awaken the consciousness amongst Kenyans, and we can see the fruit of his efforts throughout his life. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to oppose this. The reason why I'm opposing this bill is because this bill has taken the easiest way out to get finances to service the budget. The easiest way out is to tax Kenyans, regardless of how difficult life is for Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, Sabbath was made for man and not man for Sabbath. The finance bill cannot kill Kenyans in the effort of Kenyans being taxed to supply money to service the budget. Mr. Speaker, I expected Treasury and the government to look inward and see exactly what they can do to reduce taxes or to reduce the amount required in the finance bill. Mr. Speaker, application in government. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the office of the Deputy President, you will find that he has functions that are already being done by other departments in government. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the budget, you find that the Deputy President has 450 million to to have drug interventions, something that is already being carried out by NACADA. Mr. Speaker, he has another 250 million to give awards and medals to those people who have reformed from being drunkards to being Kenyan citizens. Mr. Speaker, that is a function that can be done. Speaker, if we are talking about raising funds, it doesn't matter how much funds we raise if we cannot be prudent in spending those funds. Mr. Speaker, you cannot tax Kenyans so that you spend a lot of money, almost 1.5 billion, in renovating state lodges and renovating offices of the deputy president. Kenyans and even tax them on bread, a basic necessity, just so that you can give the deputy president money to spend in buying cars for his office. Mr. Speaker, for that purpose, I say no on behalf of the Kisumu West constituency.
Thank you. Member for Limuru, John Kiragu. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I stand here to support the finance bill. I would like to remind my people of Limuru who brought me to this house that during the economic forum presentation where we indicated that the people of Limuru used to be the largest manufacturers of footwear, but over the years we have lost that position due to the importation of cheap footwear into this country. We did show that we can make safety boots, or not by butter, but by small manufacturers. I stand here to support this bill because this bill is addressing that issue, that those products that come here fully assembled will be taxed in favor of the ones that we are making. Mr. Speaker, I would like the young people to know as we grow our industry, there will be no opportunities for good jobs. And for this finance bill, there is opportunity for us to develop a serious industrial base that can give hope to our young people. As we are, Mr. Speaker, we know that institutions like Kenya Railways, which import, they are importing some of these products fully assembled. Mr. Speaker, even government organizations should also make sure that those kind of products, they are also brought in knockout kits and that they are assembled in this country to give our people the skills to assemble. And Mr. Speaker, as I finish, the sugar industry, we know that one of the major challenges that they have had is the one of the maintenance cost. And we cannot rely on importation or spare parts for this crucial industry. To develop local capacity to support our industry. Mr. Speaker, I know that if we take this line seriously of local manufacturing, our country will develop. Thank you.
Yes, Mama Zamzam, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, I stand on 1, and honorable member was speaking about the importation of the tax on importation of goods. And I want to categorically say, Mr. Speaker, yesterday, my fellow MPs heckled me in Parliament, Mr. Speaker. And I was speaking about the importation of the cancer instruments. These cancer instruments, when they are attacked, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Honorable Zamzam. Order. Take your seat. Mami, you are trying, in the guise of a point of order, you are furthering the argument that you are challenged on yesterday. And the standing orders don't allow you to speak twice. So please, and just take your cool, Mama. Take your cool. Member for Kaspul.
Order, Mama Zamzam. Order, Mama Zamzam. Mheshimiwa Zamzam, waliokupigia kura Mombasa wanakuangalia ukiwekeza vidole kwa wenzako. Take your seat. Endelea, mbunge wa Kasipul. I'll come to you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to allow the voice of the Kasipul to be heard. After doing comparative, including the other financial bills which had been brought before the House 2022-2023, we hereby voice our rejection of the bill in totality. I also want to congratulate Kenyans for coming out in advance before the leaders of demonstration, which brought some amendments which are not a factor of this discussion now. I want to draw their House to clause 46. You know, fuel is a major factor of production. It affects production because in economical world, movement of materials and human produces good goods. So by increasing the fuel by 7%, actually it will increase production of essential commodity, which will increase the prices. I also want to draw attention to clause 54 of VAT remittance. Before this is brought, the remittance was being done within 30 days. Now it has been reduced to 3 days, which means Department of HR, any department will have to bring additional staff, which will increase cost. The other clause 48 on IDF, which has been increased from 2.5 to 3%, will also affect the cost of the product because there will be increment in which will also kill industrial product. I've also seen proposed amendments which is not a subject of today's discussion, as they are increment in 16% on bread. There is also 16% on transport of sugar. There is also increment of 16% financial services, which will bring a great impact. I want to summarize by saying any legislator who votes for this, you will have signed your political obituaries. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Kainan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, of tax proposals that affect the different tax laws, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the intention is to give the government the legal force to collect taxes to finance the budget, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ordinarily, this bill has gone through all the that every bill ought to go through, Mr. Speaker, until it became part of the public debate, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, taxation, all laws affecting taxation are generally emotive, polarizing, and highly political. Mr. Speaker, the debate on this bill has taken two dimensions. One, Mr. Speaker, the political dimension has been convoluted, highly polarized, full of propaganda, misinformation, misinterpretation, Mr. Speaker, and this is part of the norm of our Kenyan society, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Finance and Planning Committee, we were guided by reason, we were guided by the public interest, and Mr. Speaker, we were keeping the views of the Kenyan taxpayers, Mr. Speaker, who appeared before the committee, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, proudly, I must admit the bill as published, if we will not have effected any amendment, will have been difficult to implement, will have been difficult to internalize, Mr. Speaker. We as the members of the Finance and Planning Committee, Mr. Speaker, took time to listen and be guided by fairness and the principle of public participation, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we came up with a raft of amendments, and these amendments with VAT on bread, VAT on transportation of sugar, VAT on financial services, VAT on increase on increase on mobile, the 2.5% on vehicle, Mr. Speaker, the excise duty on edible oil, and many other changes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I want to say is this. This is a house of tradition. House. And I want to urge my colleagues here. This bill as amended meets the expectation and the test of time, and I want to urge you, don't be intimidated. Pass this bill as amended, and it will add value to the taxpayers who have elected you. These other shenanigans, these other hula blues and propaganda, you have the right to address your representative of the people of Kenya. This bill as amended meets my expectation, and therefore I urge you to, and certainly you know, Professor Omelo, I do not belong to the list of the members.
Member for
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for also giving me an opportunity to contribute to this very important bill, the Financial Bill 2024 of the year 2024-2025. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I support the bill. And Mr. Speaker, may it be known that my vote is a yes to this bill. And so that those who are sending me very, very many and fake messages should stop. Mr. Speaker, initially I was a bit worried after listening to my people about some of the issues that they were not comfortable with. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the Committee of Finance for the good job that they did. They went and listened to Kenyans. They did a very good public participation, and they took the views of Kenyans. And when they brought this bill, Mr. Speaker, they incorporated the views of Kenyans. We can see the amendments, the proposed amendments, Mr. Speaker, and are very considerate. Mr. Speaker, VAT on bread was a thorn on the flesh of Kenyans. And I'm so glad that the Finance Committee negated or deleted that bit on the finance bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the tax on VAT was also a contentious issue in this country, but that one was also deleted in the bill, Mr. Speaker. That is also a win. Mr. Speaker, tax on mobile transactions was also something that Kenyans were talking about, are not comfortable with, Mr. Speaker. The committee did it justice to Kenyans as well, because that tax is no longer there. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that this bill promotes local manufacturers, because when we exempt taxes on the manufacturers, such that the ones that produce stuff like sanitary towels, diapers, and this stuff, Mr. Speaker, then we will be promoting the local manufacturers and therefore creating employment to many Kenyans.
Thank you. You have finished your time. Peter Kaluma. Yes, Lelmengit.
What's your point of order? And under what standing order?
The standing order. Honorable Mr. Speaker, I have an issue with the internet connection.
Pardon?
The Wi-Fi. The internet. Mr. Speaker, the Wi-Fi is not functioning. And we need to communicate to the Gen Z out there, Mr. Speaker. We want to know what is happening out there and the reaction of the population. Please, Mr. Speaker, can we ask the clerks, the people responsible for the ICT, so that they can fix this menace?
The clerks will take.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to speak to this particular bill. Honorable Speaker, debate on finance bill is the most important debate in any democracy. In fact, that the main reason as to why parliaments were established is that there should be no taxation without representation. So, Honorable Speaker, let me begin by clarifying that it is not President Ruto outside there who is taxing people. It is this parliament that taxes people. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, when you look at Article 94, the Constitution is very clear. Our is representation. And because of that, Honorable Speaker, on these matters touching on finance bill, I want to urge my colleagues, including myself, that when the position of your political party or your political party leader is not aligned with the position of your people, stand with your people. And so, Honorable Speaker, I'm standing to oppose, because the people of Mutembei town constituency, for whom I speak, are saying the imagination that we can impose taxes on bread is bad. The imagination that we can impose taxes on vehicles is not good. The imagination, Honorable Speaker, that we can impose any taxes on eggs, whether imported or otherwise, the people of Mutembei tell me, Honorable Speaker, is bad. Honorable Speaker, I'm encouraged with the thinking that we can drop most of those I've mentioned. But Honorable Speaker, let me mention that when you were at the University of Nairobi, diet, the only thing you go to is an egg. It's an egg. This is the diet balancing, you know, food. Egg with sukuma wiki, you have ugali, you are done. It is for students. That is the case in the villages. Honorable Speaker, you may say we are going to impose taxes only on imported. But how will you distinguish between those eggs you're using to hatch and the eggs to be eaten on the table? Do we have the machinery to confirm it? Honorable Speaker, there is no empirical data. And this is where I think the Finance Committee failed this House. Do we have data in terms of the amount of eggs which are imported that are in our market? Once we increase the price for imported eggs, going by the amounts, my fear, Honorable Speaker, is that when you go to the shop, you will not distinguish. Honorable Speaker, the last...
Time up, Ferdinand Wanyonyi. It is 3 minutes. Don't talk. 3 minutes.
I want to take this opportunity, thank you very much, Speaker, to remind this House that the budget is actually an annual circulation, and therefore I'll ask members, and I think the opportunity is there, not only that, but not to weep our emotion on this. Let's weep our emotion on this. The opportunity has been given to us to have suggestions, so that I can be able to have suggestions that can be able to at least correct whatever we have gone wrong, to be able to correct and put in whatever inputs you can put to be able to create more opportunities for our people. Mr. Speaker, mine is to ask members to come up with those suggestions, because the ball is in our court, to be able to come up with whatever suggestions you have, to be able to correct and implement some of these issues that can be able to make this country to be self-sustainable. As you know, you are told
Kenya is now the 27th growing economy in the whole country. And therefore, I want to take this opportunity to thank the committee led by my brother Kimani, that we should be able to move faster and be able to come in with suggestions to be able to move, because one of which, as you say, you want to dismiss this particular proposal. We have CDF, and have given us like 50 million shillings. We have the CALP for the ladies, that again 30 billion shillings, and of course electricity, to be able to have our country with a nice approach to economy by country. Therefore, I think this bill is good enough. We should not actually dismiss it for the sake of it. We should be able to come in with positive approach to be able to move forward. As it is today, I do just want to dismiss because somebody called me and asked him, what do you want to remove? He didn't even know. So let's not go by emotion. Let's go by whatever we have and be able to move forward our economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Manduku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For avoidance of doubt, I stand to oppose the Finance Bill 2024 and urge my colleagues to vote no. Mr. Speaker, the bill as presented before the House goes against our own, which we approved in this House. But curiously, Mr. Speaker, in an effort to expand the tax base, there's a provision that has been sneaked in that will compel families to pay capital gains tax on land that they transfer to their children. If you look at the proposal, the Act Cap 480, I find it difficult that if I give my son land, or if I ask my family to donate land to my children, I'll be compelled to pay some taxes. Further than that, Mr. Speaker, and having worked at the Port of Mombasa, I can tell you that this country is a net importer. Increasing the IDF fees by 0.5% will have a net effect of having expensive goods manufactured locally. Mr. Speaker, there's a provision also in this bill that seeks to expand or to extend the number of days that the Kenya Revenue Authority can get back to tax decision making from the 60 days to 90 days. I find it curious that we want to give the taxman a lot of time to get back to us on very simple, which would otherwise streamline taxation. Mr. Speaker, my advice is that they should get down to work. Avoid listening to tweeting and avoid too many prayers. Get back to work and grow the economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Kajiado Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And Honorable Speaker, to support the Finance Bill 2024 for the following. One, the Finance Act 2020 had reduced the import declaration fee from 3.5% to 5%. This, Honorable Speaker, not only all of 10 billion shillings, but it also importation. And Honorable Speaker, we all know the net effect of this. The proposed finance bill, Honorable Speaker, is proposing to take back the fee to 3.5 and therefore discouraging import for growing our industries. Honorable Speaker, I'd like to have been out there, but also advise them to seek information, because young people are out in the streets is mainly because of unemployment. This importation has been increased, seeks to grow our manufacturing sector, and therefore the same young people. Second, Honorable Speaker, is the Eco 45 of the bill. Honorable Speaker, we all know the negative effects of climate change. This levy, Honorable Speaker, environment from environmental wastes, which is one of the contributors. Honorable Speaker, we could go on and on climate change and the effects this has brought to the country. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, as a pastoralist, I urge the pastoralist members who are here to be keen. In the past budget, of 1 billion shillings that is meant to be restocking money for our people who suffered losses due to drought. The 1 billion is going to be a game changer. There is also money for value addition. And this, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Thank you. Karole Omondi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Let me begin by acknowledging that the bill is 332 pages and 65 clauses. So to say that you are rejecting it in totality is I think there are good things and bad things about in the bill. Mr. Speaker, only because of the limitation of time. The first one is a clause that is being introduced in this abandonment. I've not had a lot of public discussion on it, but for the first time to make provision in law for the Commissioner of Tax together with the CA to give tax waivers where in their view the tax cannot be collected. I think this activity that requires the input of this House. Tax that is due is already public property, and any activity to waive it or to abandon must have the input of this House. So I will be recommending certain amendments that will come to the floor of the House to recast this particular clause to see that any are subject to approval of this House, as well as the requirements of Article 210 of the Constitution of Kenya. Secondly, there is another provision in this particular about investment allowance for spectrum use. I believe this matter should, because it also has retroactive effect on the tax that will be collected from the telecom companies. Of work as Parliament we need to do on this matter to see that we do not create a loophole of a very large scale. Finally, because of limitation of time, I would also like very many good initiatives in these particular proposals or in these bills, especially those on clinker. An impression was being created that the cost of cement will go up. Actually, the cost of cement by waiving a lot of charges on the clinker. And I think that should go on record. Thank you very much, Honorable amendments. Thank you.
Dendi Nyoro, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And before I proceed, Honorable Speaker, because we are on the other side of expenditure, if possible, you could add me a few minutes I have for the House.
Okay, I'll give you an extra minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in the PFM Act, Article 39A, that we have to balance our expenditure. Honorable Speaker, I want to talk as the chairman of budget and an indifferent party, that whatever may happen on the Budget and Appropriations Committee is prepared, Honorable Speaker. But from the onset, we want to laud Kenyan leaders, including our side of government and the other side, Honorable Speaker, because we are all geared to the welfare of the Kenyan people. Honorable Speaker, I have since, and I want members to, if possible, they can have this in their mind as we debate. I have since received a letter and communication from the National Treasury addressed to the clerk of the National Assembly, but I am copied as the chairperson of budget. And Honorable Speaker, the Treasury is looking in all scenarios. Scenario number one, if the bill passes only with the amendments from the Finance Committee. Scenario number two is actually if the bill, the MPs in their wisdom decide that we shelve it. And Honorable Speaker, if the status quo remains, that we pass the bill as proposed by the Honorable Kimani Kuria and the committee, the appropriations bill passes as it is, Honorable Speaker, as we did last week. However, Honorable Speaker, it is important for members to note that in case there is a downfall in terms of the revenues by the proposed 200 billion that was to be raised in the finance bill, Honorable Speaker, then the government and the National Treasury and the Budget Committee is also prepared for that scenario. And I have communication, Honorable Speaker, from the National Treasury from the proposals. And I wish that I read some of them, that if the bill does not pass, Honorable Speaker, we'll be reducing the budget for the State House for 51 million, budget at the State Office of the President for 51 million, security organs, defense, for example, will be losing 7.75 billion, ongoing pivots in our constituencies will have to shelve that ambition by reducing by 800 million, Honorable Speaker. Higher Education Loans Board will be losing 3.2 billion. Honorable Speaker, the JSS teachers, 46,000 of them, Honorable Speaker, by letting this bill pass, will actually be giving jobs at the permanent and pensionable. And Honorable Speaker, if the wisdom of this House is to shelve that decision, then it means the JSS teachers, whom, Honorable Speaker, I would persuade this House that we confirm there will be no funding. NGCDF will be reducing by 15 billion shillings, which is 50 million per constituency, Honorable Speaker. The monies we appropriated for electricity, 50 million per constituency, Honorable Speaker, by, again, not giving the National Treasury the power for more revenue-raising measures, the 50 million per constituency will be disappearing today, Honorable Speaker. Coffee Cheriford will be cut 1 billion, Honorable Speaker, if there is no funding, Honorable Speaker, through the finance bill. Our last plea is this. This letter is public information. It can be shared to the members of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, my plea is this, as the chairman of budget, that if it's possible, the House Business Committee can actually bring the appropriations bill this afternoon. That the decision that we take in the finance bill, we can also cascade the same by appropriating the proposed cuts in the appropriation bill so that we can finish the entire business today, Honorable Speaker. However, Honorable Speaker, I am sure with the same energy that we are speaking either for or against, we will also explain to Kenyans, the JSS teachers, I am sure those who will be voting against their confirmation to PNP, we will also explain to them, Honorable Speaker. Those voting against increment in CDF will also be, Honorable Speaker, explaining to Kenyans about it. Those who will be voting against the increment, Honorable Speaker, of employing 20,000 more teachers will have an ample time to explain to the teachers of this country, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, the proposed cut in terms of roads is 15 billion. Those who will be voting against the increment of 15 billion to roads, I am sure they'll eloquently explain to Kenyans about it also, Honorable Speaker.
A minute to finish.
Order.
Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Order. Order. Give him 3 minutes and wind up.
Honorable Speaker, I want to be very objective. Honorable Speaker, these are the proposed cuts in case there is no revenue-raising measures as proposed by Honorable Kimani Kuria. Honorable Speaker, number one, as I said, I want to be very clear. State House has been cut money 500 million. Office of the President, another 500 million. Security like defense is 7.75 billion cuts. Honorable Speaker, the same. We have already promised our JSS teachers that the 46,000 of them will be employed on permanent and pensionable. Honorable Speaker, if we don't give the National Treasury the power for revenue-raising measures, it means the people will be voting against the confirmation of the 46,000 interns. Will have up to time to explain to them how they voted against them getting permanent jobs, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the reduction in NGCDF is 15 billion shillings. That is a small figure, Honorable Speaker, because I can see members are saying 50 million is not much. In Kiharo, it's a lot of money, Honorable Speaker, that every constituency will be cut 50 million shillings starting July, Honorable Speaker. GAF, we just added them 500 million. Honorable Speaker, the proposal is to reverse the 500 million and also to reduce further by an extra 1 billion, Honorable Speaker. The monies we appropriated for electricity, 50 million per constituency, Honorable Speaker. I hope those who will be voting against electrification in our villages will have time to explain to Kenyans why they are voting against electricity in our rural areas, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, there is a proposed reduction.
Order. Honorable Commissioner Mishi, I know you differently. Order. Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members on both sides of the House. Order. Order. Honorable members on both sides of the House. In the tradition of Parliament, if you approve of something, you thumb your feet. You don't wail and shout as if you are in a rally. This is not a rally. This is a House of Parliament. Dindi, can you wind up?
Honorable Speaker, the other thing is that there is a proposed reduction of 1 billion shillings in livestock restocking. From our side, we believe those who lost their livestock deserve to be compensated. Those who will vote against 1 billion that is going to livestock restocking will explain to our pastoralist, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, also, the monies proposed for reduction for school feeding program is 1.8 billion. On our side, we believe the 1.8 billion is needed to feed the children of this country as they go to our schools, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the political parties, we can all agree in unison. We are proposing a cut of 900 million. I know that is not contentious. We can agree to cut it this afternoon, Honorable Speaker, because we are also prepared for it. Honorable Speaker, there is a proposed cut of 5.5 billion shillings for cash transfer. Our parents who registered last year deserve to get their cash transfer.
Order, time up. Betsimba. Order.
Asante sana,
Mheshimiwa. You have already spoken on this bill. You have no business doing what you are doing.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kunipa fursa na mimi niweze kuzungumzia kuhusu mswada huu wa fedha. Mimi nimesimama kuupinga mswada huu. Na kitu nitasema hapa, viongozi muheshimu malalamishi ama matakwa ya wananchi. Muisikize vilio vya wananchi. Kuongeza ushuru wa mafuta kutapandisha kila bidhaa ambayo inahusiana na mafuta. Kwa hivyo hii ni shughuli ambayo haifai kwa sababu gharama za maisha zitakuwa juu. Kuweka ushuru kwa bidhaa zinazotoka ng'ambo zitamrudia tena mwananchi kwa sababu bidhaa zinazotengenezwa hapa nchini bado haziwezi kukimu mahitaji yetu mpaka tutachukua tena kutoka kule zile za ng'ambo ambazo zitaleta shida zaidi. Kwanza tutengeneze viwanja vyetu kabla tujaweka ushuru huo. Na kuhusu kwamba fedha zitatoka wapi? Wapunguze matumizi katika ofisi za serikali. Wanaweka pesa nyingi kuhudumia wageni wakija. Kama mgeni amekuja, mpe maji ya kunywe, na kama ni lazima akae paka mchana, mpe kidheri, mwambie hiyo ndio chakula chetu cha kitamaduni, sio kukula makuku na madino kwa gharama za wananchi, mnaleta paka tu katika sehemu zenu. Kupandisha bei ya mikate, mwananchi wa kawaida ni bidhaa ambayo inatumika kwa kila boma. Kila boma asubuhi na jioni natumia mikate. Wewe unaenda kuongeza ushuru wa mkate. Na mkifanya hivyo tutakunywa chai na mgoka kama ndio mnataka hivyo. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwamba serikali ipunguze ile matumizi ambayo wao wanafanya. Wapunguze safari wanazokwenda nje. Waende mahali ikiwa ni muhimu na ni watu wawili pekee yake, hapana kwenda watu 30 alafu mnasema wananchi waongeze ushuru na huku mmechukua ndege nzima mnaenda nayo huko nje. Mnakwenda mahoteli, mnazungumza ambao mikutano mnaweza fanya katika boardroom zenu. Hiyo ndio sio ni matatizo. Kwa hivyo mimi nasema kwamba ushuru ama hii mswada wa fedha uangushwe huu, kwa sababu wananchi wameusoma. Msione wale watoto wale vijana wameandamana, walisoma kwa sababu huu mswada uko katika mitandao, wanajua kila kipengee kile kilichoko pale. Mnaongeza matairi, mnaongeza vyombo ambavyo vitapima saratani. Mnaongeza bidhaa ambazo za x-ray ambao tayari matibabu ni gharama, na saizi mnaongeza tena. Itakuwa zaidi, watu wanaumia, watoto wanajinyonga huko kwa sababu ya depression ambao ziko nazo. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, nimesimama kupinga mswada huu. Asante sana.
Mwengi Mutuse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my friends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to make a very brief contribution. And my contribution, first of all, is to debunk some erroneous myths that have been perpetuated in this debate. Mr. Speaker, during this debate, a perception has been created that the contestations are on the finance bill have only happened after President William Ruto became president. Nothing can be far from the truth. Mr. Speaker, those of us who are students of history know that taxation began 3,000 years before Christ, actually in the ancient kingdom of Egypt. And even at that time, taxation was contentious. It has also been said before this House during the government of Kenyatta I, during the government of President Moi, during the government of President Kibaki, during the government of Kenyatta II, and even now, the finance bill has been an annual event, and it has never been a smooth sail. But something different has happened this year, Mr. Speaker. During the many times that the finance bill has been presented before Parliament, a lot of the times the voices of the people have never been factored by either the Parliament or by the executive. But for the first time in history, the voices of the people have been heard and have been factored in the report that was presented before this House by the Finance Committee. One of the principles of good governance is responsiveness. Responsiveness to the wishes of the people. And I want to laud the Finance Committee for being responsive to the wishes of the people of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, politics is a very interesting game. On Tuesday, and if we may be heard in silence, Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, after we finished our parliamentary group, I had a very jovial discussion with some of my friends who are on the other side. I had very jovial discussions with some of my friends who are on the other side, and they were saying, why have you removed everything that you wanted to rely on in the finance bill to do politics? And I asked them, but you complained about these things, and you have been heard and they have been removed. And they told me, you know, the work of opposition is to oppose. And now that you have pulled the carpet under our feet, we must find something new to hang on. I am saying this so that Kenyans know that the opposition to the finance bill is majorly inspired by politics. It may not be inspired by the content. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, as a lawyer, I want to say, and this would have been ably articulated if I may get 1 minute, that the issues that have been complained of have already been overtaken by events. They are actually otious. Finally, what is the effect of rejecting the finance bill? The effect of rejecting the finance bill is to resort back to the finance bill of
Joseph Oyula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also contribute to this important bill. Mr. Speaker, I want to start by thanking the Finance Committee for the work well done. It took a long time, but they came up with a good report. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the amendments that were made, this bill was a disaster. This bill is assuming that the Kenyans' tax rate should move to a higher rate regime, which is not comfortable for this country at all. Mr. Speaker, we should not take ourselves to a higher tax regime, which is going to cause stress to our business community and the individuals. The country needs to move slowly towards a higher tax regime. If the country is moved very fast, Mr. Speaker, then we will not balance our budget. Mr. Speaker, we need to make sure that the revenue is raised, yes, but also the tax rate is comfortable to the community of this country. Mr. Speaker, as we go through this bill, Mr. Speaker, let us note that increasing the tax rates does not guarantee raising that money. It has happened in the bill for 2023, we never made it. The chances are that during this period, we may also not make it. So the Treasury should not come up with such a disastrous proposal in the tax rates. It is for this reason, Mr. Speaker, that we are rejecting this bill, and I would want the Treasury to take it back and come up with a bill that is balanced, a bill that will ensure the country is raising revenue, and a bill that will ensure the people of Kenya are not stressed. This is very important, because if we raise the tax and we don't get that money, it will not help the country at all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Jen Kagiri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this very important bill. Honorable Speaker, allow me to start by congratulating the Finance Committee for listening to Kenyans and honoring their request on the deletion of the taxes that they felt that were punitive on them. Honorable Speaker, I would want to contribute on the clause on the introduction of eco-levy on sanitary towels and diapers. Honorable Speaker, I speak as the chairperson of the 47 women representatives. And recently, Honorable Speaker, we had the opportunity of enacting the Education Act of 2016, where we ensured that every student from class 5 to class 8, girls receive their sanitary towels. Honorable Speaker, out of the 47 counties, only 4 local manufacturers were given the opportunity to supply these sanitary towels. Honorable Speaker, this prominent house has been treated to a lot of drama and untruthful stories of the situation we find ourselves with sanitary towels. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to state that this levy has been introduced so that we encourage our local production and our local manufacturers, Honorable Speaker. I hear some members say that we will have low supply because we don't have enough manufacturers. Honorable Speaker, I have had conversations with our manufacturers who are able to produce enough sanitary towels for us. Honorable Speaker, a visit to the supermarkets made me learn that sanitary towels that are locally manufactured are cheaper than those that are imported. Honorable Speaker, we cannot allow importers to continue making unscrupulous profits on Kenyans here, yet they pay no excise on their products, and the local manufacturers have to pay VAT on their raw materials. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support this bill, and I stand to support the eco-levy be charged on sanitary towels and diapers to ensure that we grow our local manufacturers. A local manufacturer told me he used to have 600 employees. He has reduced them to 100 because of idle capacity. Honorable Speaker, it is our time to stop speaking from both sides of our mouths. If we want to create employment, we cannot be the defenders of importers. Anybody who wants to import can come set up the industry locally, and that way we are going to give them all the business that they need. And if they lack a place to go and establish their industries, I'm gladly welcoming them to Laikipia County, where they can come and set up a manufacturing industry, and we will not charge them any duty as long as they are producing diapers and sanitary towels locally within our country. Honorable Speaker, allow me to conclude by saying, Honorable Speaker, allow me to conclude by saying, I'm speaking as a user of sanitary towels, as well as a mother to a toddler who uses diapers. So, Honorable Speaker, anybody telling us about imported sanitary towels, they range from the price of 75 shillings to around 175 shillings. Locally produced sanitary towels are ranging between 55 shillings and 75 shillings.
Andon Olwach.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. From the very onset, allow me to say that I rise to oppose this bill. Honorable Speaker, the Finance Bill 2024-2025 has redefined our public discourse on things that affect us, especially on the question of how, when, what, and where to tax the people of Kenya. I want to take this opportunity to thank our Generation Z, because they have reminded us of what is stated under Article 2 and how we, as this legislative house, the executive and judiciary, arrive at the positions in which we arrive. Honorable Speaker, this generation in their public discourse on the question of the finance bill has reminded us that the sovereign power actually belongs to them. All this power levy taxation is a delegated power, it is circumscribed, it is limited, and must be on behalf and for the good of the people of this country. This is what the people have told us. I have 2 points to advance, especially because of the time, about tax administration. Honorable Speaker, a misrepresentation has been made in administration and in the last 2 finance bill that the more tax you levy, the more yield you will get in tax. Nothing can be further from the truth. There is a big revenue shortfall from the 2023-2024 of tax revenue. Honorable Speaker, the policy underpinning collection in this country, and especially this administration, is wanting. There is very little in terms of what measures that have been put in place to seal the loopholes on corruption, which as opposed to imposing more taxes and taxes on every issue. I also want to speak on the policy disconnect of the better I sit in the Trade Committee, and on the 2 places where you can get the youth in this country, in ICT, digital economy, they have levied taxes. They have the position that we have listened to you Kenyans. We have listened, we have reduced bread, we have reduced this, and we have reduced this tax. The fact of the matter is that this was a long con. Is in the report.
Member for Manyata.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want the Speaker to draw the House and the public in the Constitution of Kenya, Article 10, read together with Article 118, Honorable Speaker, the national values and principles of governance, and Honorable Speaker, public information and participation, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me say that around the finance bill has actually given and the leaders in various parastatos, including the Treasury, a wake up. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, there is a need to engage Kenyans. The process of formation of the finance bill. The good ideas and the bad ideas in this Speaker shouldn't have gotten to this House without engagement by the public, Honorable Speaker, from the onset and from the formation of this bill. Honorable Speaker, we have made it even more difficult to the chairman, my brother Kimani Kuria. He has had it so rough because he had to explain what the thoughts of this country from a point of his own logic, Honorable Speaker. And I want to call up to change tactic, and also maybe, Honorable Speaker, it is the right time to we can empower and entrench permanently issues to do with public participation, engagement, Honorable Speaker, in our laws. Because, Honorable Speaker, we need laws so that the public can be with us from the onset of formation of forward, so that we don't have good ideas that are going to have a backlash of lack of participation, Honorable Speaker. The putative clauses that this bill, Honorable Speaker, the issues of motor vehicle tax, the cooking oil, should not have gotten to this bill, Honorable Speaker, where we are today. It is important we learn from this. Honorable Speaker, where we are as a country, we need to know and show Kenyans that we are cutting costs.
Give him the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this. From the onset, I want to say I oppose. For the very reason that we are representatives of the people and the people have spoken. I think over time, Kenyans are losing day by day. As we witnessed on Tuesday, Kenyans, and whom I want to congratulate, were on the street saying that this bill is not good. Who sent us here, Honorable Speaker? So if my people of Bumula constituency, that where they sit, they are overburdened, and I should not say no, and they elected me, Mr. Speaker, I must go by what they say. The committee in its report proposes to increase the road maintenance levy 18 shillings to 25 per litre for all petroleum fuel. If this proposal passes, it will directly increase price of fuel by about, Mr. Speaker. However, this proposal may not be effective. You want to tell borders that you are our people. You are the people we wanted to lift from bottom up. At the same time, to buy the same fuel at a higher price. How are they going to manage? And I want the committee that when people are overburdened, they cannot afford this tax. Must review the 2023-24 finance bill, and you realize that you wanted because it's too expensive for ordinary Kenyans. So you will still not hit your target. You are overburdening these people. Mr. Speaker, our constitution The chairman introduced this as an afterthought, meaning he to public participation. On behalf of Mama Mboga, on behalf of people who cannot afford their living, Mr. Speaker, we say no. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I oppose.
Member for Molo. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity for me to contribute to this important financial bill. Let me start first by appreciating what the chairman, finance and budget, and Madam Speaker, allow me to say that I tried so much. Even in my constituency, I had gotten a lot of people making amendment in relation with the bread, the issues of the motorbikes, pants, and so many other issues. And therefore, Madam, standing to support this finance bill because the committee and the members of this and the cries of the members of this country. Therefore, Madam Speaker, still on that, not sit here in this parliament and forget that we are the representatives of the people and our support in different sectors. Madam Speaker, in this finance bill, we are constituency in this country, 50 million Kenya shillings in relation with electricity matter. Finance bill, Madam Speaker, that we are also adding 401 billion for development. Madam Speaker, in the same finance bill, we are that we have gotten addition in CDF. Also, the GAF team has gotten Speaker. It is on this finance bill, which is also we are gaining a lot, that even our 46,000 teachers, they will be confirmed. And then, Madam Speaker, in relation also with this, it's good also to appreciate that in this country we have a lot of roads which are destroyed in the office of the CS Murkomen, and therefore when we are getting funding through for our roads, point, some of us we have projects which are stored in our respective constituencies. They are supporting this bill, which also caters for our elderly, which also caters for matter very many things in this country. Therefore, Madam Speaker, we stand here as members of Parliament that it is good to be honest as members, and it is good also to guide our people, and we meant to give the good direction to our people. Therefore, Madam Speaker, whoever is rejecting the bill is against the will of Kenyans.
Your time is up. Honorable Muliungi, Mwingi Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am directed by the people of Mwingi Central and the youth in general to reject this bill. Madam Speaker, I therefore rise to oppose. Madam Speaker, this bill is not only punitive, but retrogressive. Madam Speaker, the amendments done by the Finance Committee were meant to hoodwink Kenyans because in the first instance, why didn't you put tax on bread? Why didn't you put tax on diapers? Why did you put tax on cooking oil? These are essentials. Why did you put tax on M-Pesa? Why did you put tax on boda? Madam Speaker, I'm very disturbed by this finance bill, especially because this government is insensitive even to the sick. There is a tax on cancer equipment, which will eventually increase the cost of treatment of cancer. Madam Speaker, the bill in general it aims to increase taxation, which eventually will increase the cost of living, and it will make life harder and make Kenyans poorer. Madam Speaker, we recall that the Kenya Kwanza government promised a bottom-up economic model, taking money to the hustlers, to the villages, to the poor. But this bill is now taking money from the poor and bringing it back to Nairobi. Madam Speaker, I care for the people of Mwingi, I care for the jobless, I care for the youth, I care for the hustlers. I therefore reject the bill. I reject high taxation. I reject high cost of living. I reject poverty. I reject oppression. I condemn Treasury for bringing this shoddy bill to Parliament. And therefore I demand its withdrawal. Madam Speaker, I oppose archaic, punitive, outrageous, and careless finance bills in the future. I say no to this finance bill. I say no to oppression. I say no to unfair taxation. I say no to poverty. I reject the finance bill. I reject. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Butere, Honorable Tindi.
Asante sana madam. Asante sana Bi Speaker kwa kunipea nafasi. Jambo la kwanza nataka niseme nimesimama kwa kupinga mswada huu wa fedha mwaka wa 2024. Bi Speaker, vile unajua Wakenya wanahangaika, gharama ya maisha iko juu, na serikali ambayo iko kwa mamlaka ilitafuta kura na mamlaka ikiambia Wakenya ya kwamba watashukisha ushuru, wakasema ya kwamba wataweka pesa mfukoni, watatengeneza kazi na watafanya maisha ikue mema kwa ule Mkenya wa kawaida. Kwa hivyo hii mswada wa fedha unaongeza ushuru ambayo ni kinyume na vile walieleza Wakenya. Hii mswada unaongeza gharama kwa ubebaji wa miwa kutoka kwa shamba ikienda katika kiwanda, na hiyo itadhuru bei ya mkulima kupata ile faida kutoka kwa miwa. Pia tuko na kipengele ambacho kinaongea kuhusu maneno ya kuongeza bei kwa vifaa vya kufanya utafiti katika ugonjwa wa saratani. Kwa hivyo mimi kama mjumbe wa Butere, Bi Speaker, mimi napinga mswada huu wa fedha 2024, na nasema ya kwamba wenzangu ambao wako kwa serikali watimize ile ahadi ambayo waliambia Wakenya. Tunataka tuone mama mboga akifaidika katika serikali, tunataka kuona bodaboda akifaidika, tunataka kuona mtu wa chini ambaye ni hasla akifaidika, tunataka tuone viwanda zikiwanawiri, sio kuweka ushuru mingi katika viwanda. Kwa hivyo Bi Speaker, mimi kama mjumbe wa Butere nataka niende katika rekodi ya kwamba nimepinga mswada huu, na najua Wakenya wengi wako na sisi tutapiga kupinga mswada wa 2024. Asanteni sana.
Member for Sigor, Lochakapong.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Now I rise to support this Finance Bill 2024. And Honorable Speaker, arising out of the report of the Finance and Planning Committee that has considered the recommendations through public participations of stakeholders, that is Kenyans, and proposed a raft of amendments to the finance bill, Honorable Speaker, I will want to support based on that. Now, Honorable Speaker, when you look at the report of the Finance and Planning Committee, which is a committee of this House, having looked at the finance bill and having listened to the stakeholders, Honorable Speaker, I think it is a good report. And on the basis of this report, Honorable Speaker, I want to support this finance bill. Now, Honorable Speaker, it will also be dishonest for those opposing this report and this bill that they are only looking at the finance bill as proposed and not looking at the report of the committee that has looked at this finance bill. Honorable Speaker, now arising out of the engagement from public participation and the stakeholders, Honorable Speaker, now the committee has proposed a raft of amendments to the bill, which has taken into account the wishes and the thinking of the majority of Kenyans. Now, Honorable Speaker, I think it will also be important to inform the Gen Zs that they need to be updated because they are on the streets based on the original bill and not taking into account what the committee has recommended for amendment. Now, Honorable Speaker, when you look at the committee's report, there is a proposal to increase the excise duty on money transfer services, which has since been dropped by the committee. Now, motor vehicle tax of 2.5%, Honorable Speaker, has been dropped. 16% VAT on financial services has also been dropped by the committee in their recommendation. And I think, Honorable Speaker, this is a good thing. Now, Honorable Speaker, from the report of this committee, now, KRA, they have dropped the KRA to access personal data, and that has been dropped. 16% VAT on solar has also been dropped. Now 16% VAT on ordinary bread has also been dropped. So I think it is good to tell the country that that is what has happened. Now, Honorable Speaker, there is a proposal in the budget of 1 billion shillings for livestock.
Member for Migori, Honorable Fatuma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I stand here to confirm that I will vote no, and I oppose this bill with the strongest words possible. Madam Speaker, I would like those speaking in this House to go into their phones and see what's happening on the streets. If there is any public participation that needs to be done, it is now. Go out and see what's happening on the streets. All our uniformed policemen are out to tackle it out with the youths. The youths who are not from Kibera, the youths who are not from Majengo, they are from Karen, they are from Kayole, they are from Lavington, they are Christians, they are Muslims, they are all mixed races. They are against this bill. But because they voted for me, today I will vote for them, saying it is a no. Madam Speaker, there is a problem with the youth getting jobs in this country. And the majority of them are now depending on social media to make some pennies for them to feed their family. As we say that we have lowered the cost of bread, may I tell you, bread will not be affordable at all for these youths because the smartphones that they use to do TikTok and any other small business that can give them funds, they have put a levy on it of about 225 shillings on top of the price that is already there. We know very well that we don't have smartphones here manufactured into better quality that they can use for their business. Madam Speaker, we are hurting the hustlers that we promised to help. They have created their own jobs for themselves, and we are still following them up where they are to hurt them more. Madam Speaker, we know that electricity is very expensive in this country, and more so, it's even irregular. You get electricity 1 hour, 2 hours, it is gone. Madam Speaker, we have put an extra levy on the basic solar system batteries, meaning that if you can't get Kenya power, sorry, you cannot get solar. What else are we trying to tell Kenyans? What are we telling investors? That go to hell. And I am telling you, Madam Speaker, since this government came into power, we have 30 companies that have closed down, including my favorite son's company called Cadbury that makes Cadbury chocolates. Soon he won't be able to get them at all because the company has closed. And other more like Procter & Gamble, Rickett & Banker, Colgate Palmolive, Cadbury, even Rubber, I can go on up to 30. Unfortunately, we brag here and say that we are creating jobs. May I tell you, the sanitary parts that we are bragging here that we have put levy on imported ones. I want you to know that all these women in this house, plus your daughters and sons, fellow men, they know that these sanitary parts that are being put on tax here, in other countries they're given.
Member for Mandera South, Honorable Abdul Haro.
Give me the mic. Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to put my voice on this very important debate. Honorable Speaker, I must say the finance bill, as it was originally prepared by the Treasury, was a bill that I was prepared to vote no on a number of clauses. But thanks to the Finance Committee, which has listened to stakeholders and has come up with a raft of proposals that are recommending to amend the finance bill as it was originally mentioned. Honorable Speaker, there are quite a number of areas which are directly important to my constituents, although the entire finance bill is important to my constituents, but there are a number of areas which are directly important to my constituents, and those areas have been proposed in the Finance Committee report after listening to the stakeholders for amendment. Particularly, the 16% VAT on bread is very important to my constituents, and I'm happy it has been dropped. The 2.5% vehicle tax is very important to my constituents, and I'm very happy it has been dropped. The excise duty on edible oils is very important to my constituents, and I'm happy it has been dropped. The money transfer and foreign exchange tax has been dropped. The eco tax on diapers and sanitary pads, which have been dropped, is important to my constituents. And Honorable Speaker, the housing levy, the NSSF and NHIF, which is now a tax deductible item, is also very important, which means those who are salaried will not have a lot of taxes to pay. And Honorable Speaker, the proposal to amend Data Protection Act for KRA to access our data has been removed. That is also an important area to my constituents. And Honorable Speaker, the 16% VAT on supply of solar and lithium batteries is important because it promotes uptake of clean energy for my constituents and the rest of Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, on the divide side, I'm also happy that 18 billion has been set aside for the employment of 46,000 JSS teachers on PNP, on permanent and pensionable terms. And I'm also happy that the appropriations bill also is going to fund the extra hiring of another 20,000 JSS teachers, coming from an area where teachers is a challenge to our schools. I'm very happy that this is happening. And 1 billion for restocking livestock that have been destroyed as a result of drought and floods is also very important for my constituents, and I'm happy with that. The school feeding program, which is going to be funded by the government, is also very important to my constituents, and I'm happy.
Your time is up. Member for Westlands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, from the onset, I want to say that I oppose this bill because, Madam Speaker, Kenyans are feeling the weight of being overtaxed. And Madam Speaker, I'll paraphrase, Madam Speaker, what the former Prime Minister of England said, Winston Churchill. For a nation to try to tax itself into prosperity is like a man standing in a bucket and trying to lift himself up by the handle. Madam Speaker, the problem we have in this country, Madam Speaker, is not about taxes. Kenya is not paying taxes. Kenyans pay taxes, Madam Speaker. But the problem is this money is not used properly. There's a lot of wastage in the government. There's a lot of corruption. And the corruption these days is done in the budget. Madam Speaker, they hide money in the budget and it disappears. People negotiate deals. and hide money. Madam Speaker, if this money is put to good use, the government will have enough money to do their projects and serve Kenyans, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the several proposals that have been made, and some of them, Madam Speaker, have been dealt with by the committee. But Madam Speaker, this we must bring to the amendment when it comes to the House, Madam Speaker, because this bill does not address an equitable and inclusive fiscal policy that fosters sustainable development, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Finance Bill 2024, as it stands, is punitive and it will have devastating effects, Madam Speaker, on young people, not only in Nairobi, but all over the country. And Madam Speaker, you've seen the young people who are demonstrating now are young people. This G generation, Madam Speaker, they have come out in droves. And Madam Speaker, if anybody is trying to wish them away, these young people, they don't care. They are serious and they're coming out with issues. They have taken our numbers, they are sending us messages. And Madam Speaker, these children are now saying no. And that was the government promised that they are going to lift their lives from bottom to up. But now it looks like it will never happen. So, Madam Speaker, this bill does not address those issues, and I oppose.
Honorable Mark Mwenje.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to reject this finance bill. And from the onset, just bring to the attention of how Gen Z has been encouraging us to steal the bill and run out with it. And we've hoped that the Speaker will communicate that the process doesn't work that way. Honorable Speaker, the finance bill has a lot of grievances, whether it's tax, motor vehicle tax, whether it's bread tax. We're exempting VAT from transfer of businesses. Makes me wonder whose business is this that wants to be acquired, and so many other taxes. Honorable Speaker, you go to the report, it has retained excise duty on motorcycles, it has retained also on data, and we're talking of digital hubs. Gambling, there is a tax that has been increased, both VAT and excise duty. This will mean there's a black market, and more importantly, will also lead to less collection, as we saw last year. The target was 31 billion, we've only collected 26 billion. We should learn from what has happened with capital gains tax. We increased it last year, this year it's been reduced. Why? Because we collected less. The eco levy on medical equipment, such as cancer, why are we increasing taxes on cancer patients? Imports, we're an importing nation. We must accept IDF, RDL until we're able to produce locally to satisfy our local market. We must consider that we are still an importing nation. Come to Nairobi, you'll find...
Those people don't have to know.
Tumechoka Ruto, tumechoka.
Sisi tumeanzishwa huko nini? Tumeanzia huko aka kitambo. Hata nimeingia hata wewe weka skati. Nimelia. Ni kazi itaki. Ona wewe amekuja. Nimeweka flight mode bwana. Sasa
Sawa?
Gawana mimi niko hapa tunaingia kutekeleza. Kabla period hili hapo. Yuko hakuna kitu kingine hicho. Ndio ukiwa na simu gani unapata?
Actually, on some of the few items, and even the proposal to levy the capital gains on the transfer of the property. However, Mr. Speaker, based on all these 18 issues they addressed to the Kenyans, I still feel the mood in the country, and even what we call the Finance Act of 2023, Kenyans have not recovered on all these issues, Mr. Speaker. And based on what I have been instructed by my voters, based on what Kenyans are doing at the moment, even now, going all over the street, I want to oppose this finance bill on that issue. Mr. Speaker, I think we can actually do a lot of things. And the reason why I'm opposing the finance bill, number one, is a proposal to increase the import declaration fee at a rate from 2.5% to 3%. And we know Kenya is a net importer on so many issues. Actually, 60% of what we consume in this country is imported. It means we are going to have a multiplier effect in this economy. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, was the increase on duty for gaming and betting, and nobody has spoken about this issue. Increasing it from 12.5% to 20%, Mr. Speaker, this is the only fund we are relying to take the sportsmen and other people to compete in international competition like the Olympics Games we are going to witness in France next month, Mr. Speaker. It's going to...
Thank you, Nguna. MP Brett. MP Brett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion, not the motion, the bill, finance bill, together with the proposals that the Finance Committee has recommended in their report. Mr. Speaker, we must come to an agreement as a House that we cannot propose one thing and do another thing. We did indeed made proposals as this House and passed the appropriation bill, allowing the Budget Committee to be able to appropriate the funds that we had thought are of essence and also of great concern to the people. Mr. Speaker, in accepting and agreeing to the appropriation bill, the monies that we had voted for the constituencies, the various projects that are within our constituencies, and the nation's development, we did therefore agree that we will be able to raise these revenues either through ordinary tax or the proposals that the Finance Committee are going to come for us to be able to fund these projects. I find it hypocritical for members to rise up here and say that they will reject the finance bill in totality, and also refusing to acknowledge that therefore it must be accompanied by reductions or some elimination of some of the projects and the expenditures that you had proposed. Mr. Speaker, having read through the appropriation bill, this bill had proposed 1 trillion shillings, close to 1 trillion shillings, on repayment of interest on debt. This in itself has been monies that were taken, loans that were taken by the previous governments combined. And we must be
peaceful demonstration unataka nini? Unataka nini? Peaceful demonstration. Ukianza kurusha mawe ni nini? Mawe gani? Peaceful demonstration. Mbona mnarusha? Hiyo ibaki yao ni polisi, wewe I've suffered for long in this country. Let me be arrested. I've suffered alone. I've been fighting for the freedom of this country. I've been alone. Let them kill us. We are tired. We are tired. We are tired. Let them kill us. We are tired. We are fighting for the freedom of this country. We are tired. We are tired. We are tired. Financially down. Financially down. Yote yawezekana. I'm demonstrating peacefully. I'm demonstrating peacefully. I'm demonstrating hakuna mtu amepigana. Ona mnatua. Cheki vile mmenyamaza. Tabia mbaya hiyo. Very bad manners. Coming from the authority. Tabia mbaya hiyo. Anyway, hatuchoki. Hatuchoki. Re-energize. Bakia. Saa 8 ndio hiyo. 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Re-energize. Mpaka masaa. Yote yawezekana ila Ruto. Yote yawezekana ila Ruto. Yote yawezekana.
Wamekutoa Kenya, kupigania pesa yako kuja kumpiga. Nataka nimesponsoriwa na lunchbox. Sisi kwa sawa hata ukinipiga na pesa yako nataka 2%. Lazima mtu mmoja kwa ground, lakini usipige. Unaweza jifanya unafanya kazi. Basi tusitupige. Sawa. Tumishi kwa wote. Sawa baba. Siwezi weka tano, siwezi weka kazi bro. Watu wana amani.
Usikuje ukapoteze mkono kimchezo mchezo. Maisha ni pole pole. Wewe Vito live.
BBI, mbona usikatai financial bill? Hatutaki. Just forget about it. Financial levy, hatutaki. Go ahead and plan another thing, lakini financial bill hatutaki. Mimi nasimama hapa kasiwe. Mtaani kusema nini?
Mambo ni lai.
Unapandisha mkate. Mimi kule ndio ujinga. Utaenda nyumbani utake usitake. Na mtu anikwambia kitu kingine. Mimi kama mjaluo. Wewe unga unibarikisha lakini sawa. Lakini mambo ya kupandisha finance bill nimekataa. Ruto must go.
Ongea sana Ruto wewe wafua wende. Ruto must go. Ili mfano wa kibeba. Hataki bana. Lazima uende.
Ramayan. Tushike. Hii tukimpea mwaka moja atatuua bana. Tafadhali atunyonge saa hii. Ongeza volume. Tushike.
kwanza naanza kurusha mawe kwanza.
achukue hii ajifunge. We are tired of you, motherfuckers. We are tired of you. We are tired of you. It's our time right now to take over. We are going to take over all the things of the world peacefully. But the campus we are ready to go. We are ready to go.
Kuna watu mapana kai
Wewe nani? Watu wengine wanakuja hapa. Wewe. Watu wa flank huko.
should let it be. This is Pesa yetu lazima tuibadilishe do.
constitutional delinquent. We don't need, just go. Omera Ruto. Ngoja. Power to the people. You don't need any qualification to be a police officer. You only squad in. You only squad in and you become a police officer. walikuwa na shughuli Ruto must go!
Turudi tu. Asili tunapita hivi. Tunapita hivi. Kunaitwa Afghanistan.
Kwani huko kuna akina nani? Kwani sio kibichi? Sijui atakina nani. Asiisha ama alafu tutafika ziisha. Zitaisha hivyo kama saa zile unaenda kwenye internet hakuna kelele. Ukiwasha kamera hivi. Sijui nani ameanza kupigilia mabati.
Sikia town, sikia Nairobi. Sikia Nairobi. Kwa nyumba ananiambia achukue video kwa mimi. Tumia lakini when YouTuber ni fanya kazi. Kwa ya azimini na kwanza kwanza tumetoka kwa kupiga simu nyumba yetu. Achukue ya azimini na kwanza mala ndio kitu
ndio natokea huko.
Hapa ni
unlawful orders. The unlawful orders that you are being issued should not be obeyed. You don't need to tear gas us. We are protesters that have come to protest peacefully, and there is no way you are going to stop us from protesting. It is our right. You are to facilitate us to protest peacefully. That's the only involvement of a police officer. And it is not peaceful protest. This is protected under the Constitution. You cannot. You cannot do it. people personally accountable. If you are a police officer, you shoot a bullet, you'll be personally accountable.
Imagine
nobody will be accountable on your behalf. Regardless of the use of a live bullet. Evidence has been collected. A live bullet has been used, evidence has been collected.
This is creating unnecessary tension in the country. Under Sieke. And this is causing unnecessary tension in the country. I said in the morning that we are not under a state of emergency. And this country is not a police state, Honorable Speaker. So can we address this matter? Because this is the house that addresses issues concerning the people. This is the highest organ of our democracy. So could we basically get a report on what is actually happening and an assurance that this house remains independent and free to transact its business as mandated by the Constitution, Honorable Speaker. Otherwise, we shall be acting now under some kind of duress, because the members of Parliament will now be acting under coercion in whichever way they want to transact the business of the House, Honorable Speaker. I plead with you.
Yes, Otienda Molo. Is it on the same issue? On the same issue?
Give me the microphone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's the same issue. Mr. Speaker, I want to confirm that I have just approached the precincts of Parliament. The precinct of Parliament is blocked from this side of Intercontinental. It is blocked from the other side of Protection House. If, even for us members of Parliament, Parliament is blocked, then what are we supposed to do? Mr. Speaker, it is not just the House of Parliament that is august. The precincts of Parliament is also august. And I think, Mr. Speaker, you should give direction that our orderlies open access to Parliament. There is no reason to blockade Parliament. I know that we will vote. Those who choose to vote the way they choose to vote will be seen by Kenyans. We do not need to be shielded from Kenyans. Let this House be accessible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable members.
Honorable Speaker, it's good that the Leader of Minority has raised that issue again. And I did ask the Inspector General of Police earlier this morning why the blockade. Honorable Speaker, first let me set the record straight that there is not a single member of Parliament who is unable to access Parliament. Not just members of Parliament, that is why we are here in our numbers. Even our staff, parliamentary staff. Honorable Speaker, you could protect me from the shouting, or I could simply sit, and those who want to shout can shout.
Order. Order, honorable members. Try and listen to each other. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was saying not a single member of Parliament has been unable to access the precincts of Parliament. Not a single member of staff of Parliament has been unable to access the precincts of Parliament. And the Inspector General of Police confirmed to me this morning that there were organized groups who had planned to take siege, or what Honorable Junet calls siege, take siege of Parliament, and criminal elements who also intended to use the ongoing peaceful demonstrations under the pretext of the peaceful demonstrations to access Parliament and cause harm to members of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, I said it is good the Leader of Minority has raised this issue, because at the end of the day, if any one of you or any of our staff members gets harmed in any way, we will point fingers at the same police officers whom we have bestowed the responsibility of ensuring our safety, Honorable Speaker. It is indeed true, Honorable Speaker.
Order. He is responding to a point of order. Order. Order, Babu. We now take your seat. Take your seat. It is me to rule whether he is out of order or not, not you. Order, Babu Wino. Take your seat.
You know, Honorable Speaker, we said the other day respect is earned, and you did indicate to us that even in this House, we must act with some decorum and some respect. And the same could be said of maturity, Honorable Speaker. That you have to exhibit maturity in the House to earn your respect, Honorable Speaker. I was saying, Honorable Speaker,
Order.
in the endeavor to protect not just the safety of members, but the institution of Parliament, the Inspector General of Police indicated to me that they have taken adequate security measures to ensure that every member of Parliament who wants to access Parliament can access Parliament. Members can vote willingly, not under coercion, not under duress, to vote willingly, either for or against the finance bill that we are coming to vote. And Honorable Speaker, just in relation to what Honorable Tiende Amolo has said, it is true, we know the kind of intimidation that has been out there. But none of these members in this House is here as a coward. They are here to exercise their mandate as bestowed on them by the Constitution of our Republic, Honorable Speaker, and they will vote willingly. They will not be coerced by anybody. The police are not here to tell you how to vote. Let them do their work and let us do our work from inside Parliament. Those who want to shout and excite crowds outside there like Babu Owino, they may do so. Or they could go parade themselves with the people parading themselves outside there. But not in this chamber. He must behave in a mature way, not the indecent, immature, imbecile manner he behaves.
Order. Order, honorable members. Babu Owino, take your seat. Order, Wanjala. Order, members. Order, Honorable Wanjala. Order. Honorable Wanjala, I will not deny you the right to vote on this bill by sending you out. Remain here and vote. Honorable members, I know that's what you are soliciting, and I will not give it to you. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, each and every one of you has the right to be in this House, to represent the people who send you here, to legislate for this country, and to oversight the executive. In coming to this Parliament, nobody, and I mean nobody, has any color of right, either in law or in fact, to prevent you from coming to do your duties. Seeing how many we are here, it is testimony to the fact that you came in freely. Secondly, the grounds of Parliament, as stated by Senior Counsel Tiende Amolo, are hallowed grounds, are protected grounds. And that's why no member can be arrested or served with any court summons or processes within the precincts of Parliament. You are protected to that extent. Beyond the precincts of Parliament, the Speaker and the administration of Parliament have no jurisdiction. Our jurisdiction is here in the chamber and within the precincts of Parliament. I instructed the majority leader, after Honorable and I raised the issue, to get in touch with the police and speak to the Inspector General and bring him to the attention that whatever law enforcement activities going out there should not in any way interfere with your legislative work. And I've been in this precinct since 6 a.m. this morning. No single member has come to me to report of any prevention or harassment or interference in coming to their work. If I got any information or report, I'll act on it. 20 minutes ago, I had a meeting with the Sergeant at Arms and his team to ask them if they have any report on security issues around Parliament. They indicated to me that they are hearing noises out there, but within the precincts of Parliament, they have no report to make because there are no incidents. That being the case, honorable members, I want to encourage you. So far, so good. You have debated this bill with extreme decorum and intellectual industry. You've done such a fantastic job. There could have been a few errand members, but all of you have been very good. Kenyans have watched each and every one of you speaking to this bill. Now that you have reached the level of going to vote, I want to encourage us to carry the same honor to the people who send us here. That we are here to protect their interests, not physically, but intellectually. We must be conscious of the fact that we are the conscience of this country. And being the conscience of the country, our conduct must constantly have in mind the fact that whatever we do here can have negative or positive consequences on the public out there. So we are going Order Wanjala. Order Wanjala. Having said that, I want to encourage members that there are still several members who want to speak to this bill. I promise that I'll give you 1 hour this afternoon. There is a small ruling I'll deliver on the issue that was raised by the minority leader. I'm waiting for it. I had just made some corrections. When it comes, I'll stay the proceedings and give that ruling in just 3, 4, 5 minutes. So we'll go on for 1 hour. After 1 hour, we will call the mover to reply, as we had agreed. Order. We'll call the mover to reply. Upon replying, we'll go to the vote. If the equipment in front of you is working, we'll do an electronic vote. Order. Honorable Robert Mbui. You are normally more orderly than you want to be today. If the equipment doesn't work, I have no difficulty. I'll sit here and allow you to vote in the manner that you want. The end order Wanjala, whatever means of voting you would have, the end will justify the means. Yes, Junet.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for your guidance. That was researched guidance. But Mr. Speaker, it is of the view of the minority that on this matter of the finance bill, Mr. Speaker, we do voting manually or orally or through roll call, Mr. Speaker. On this one, people don't have a lot of faith in the gadgets. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to vote now this one orally so that everyone can, his vote can count. This one, Mr. Speaker. We seek your indulgence.
Order, members. Let's cross that bridge when we reach it. Next order. Yeah. Honorable Oundo. Honorable Oundo, you have a statement. Order, honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provision of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson for the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the facilitation of national government administrative officers, especially from Samia Sub-County. Honorable Speaker, Section 8.2 of the National Government Administrative Act 2013 gives powers to the national government administrative officers to coordinate national government functions and the Constitution as the office of the President necessary for the effective and efficient coordination of national government functions. Regrettably, the Assistant County Commissioner of Siopo Division, Funyula Division, and Sub-County Police Command of OCPD of Samia Sub-County do not have government vehicles. This despite the fact that these senior officers are expected to facilitate execution of their mandate of ensuring peace and security in their respective jurisdictions 24 hours a day without fail. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson, the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following matters. Number one, what are the criteria for and the status of distribution of government vehicles to the national government's administrative officers? Number two, what steps has the government taken to ensure that all national government administrative officers, particularly those in Funyula constituency, are facilitated with the vehicles?
Order, honorable members, order.
And number three,
can we listen to member for Funyula? Go on.
And number three, when is the Ministry supplying vehicles to national government administrative officers, especially to Samia Sub-County? I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Undo. Next statement, Joseph Namwar, Turkana Central. Joseph, go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding recent incidents involving the Kenya Wildlife Services and local communities in Sibiloi National Park, Marsabit County. Honorable Speaker, on 12th June 2024, a tragic confrontation between KWS Rangers and suspected Merile poachers in Sibiloi National Park resulted in the unfortunate loss of lives of KWS Rangers. The following day, in an apparent act of retaliation, KWS Rangers pursued and possibly evicted villagers from Kotela village. Escalating the situation further, on 14th June 2024, at approximately 9:00 a.m., KWS personnel aboard a helicopter opened fire on a group of fishermen who were in an engine boat near the shores of Lake Turkana in Kanakwara village. During the ordeal, Mr. Daniel Esekon of ID number 24076166, who was one of the fishermen, was fatally shot, and the officers continued their indiscriminate firing at other fishermen despite pleas to cease fire. Honorable Speaker, these attacks have instilled widespread fear and panic among the residents of the area. Multiple fishing boats belonging to local communities have been destroyed, and many innocent fishermen remain unaccounted for and feared dead after fleeing from the KWS assault. These continued attacks pose a great danger and threat to the lives of the residents. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. One, could the ministry provide a detailed account of these incidents, including detailing the circumstances that led to the excessive force by KWS Rangers against the residents? Two, what specific actions have been initiated to ensure a thorough investigation into these events, including the tragic shooting of Mr. Daniel Esekon? Three, what measures has the ministry put in place to ensure that the family of Mr. Daniel Esekon is compensated for the tragic loss caused by the KWS? And four, What steps are being taken to de-escalate tensions between KWS and local communities, including collaboration with the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife to prevent such tragic incidents from recurring in the future? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Joseph. Is Tongoyo here? Both Oundo's statement and that statement by Namwar are to your committee. You bring the response in 2 weeks.
Okay, well...
Protas
well
Akuja. Protas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to request for a statement regarding the recruitment of casual workers by Kenya Power Company in Turkana. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Parliamentary Committee on Energy regarding the recruitment of casual workers in Kenya, in the Kenya Power and Lighting Company in Lodwar and Kakuma, Turkana. Honorable Speaker, the Kenya Power Company has been engaging casual workers to supplement its workforce. There have been growing concern and grievances reported by the casual workers engaged by Kenya Power Company workers stationed in Lodwar, Turkana regarding their unsatisfactory terms of employment. It is disheartening to note that these workers who have served the company diligently for years are denied permanent and pensionable employment terms during recruitment and confirmation exercises, while their counterparts from other counties are absorbed and some even posted in Turkana County. Reports indicate that factors such as nepotism, tribalism, and lack of transparency have marred the recruitment process, therefore locking out qualified casual workers. This unjust treatment not only demoralizes the affected workers and hinders effective service delivery, but also perpetuates the marginalization of Turkana County residents from gaining access opportunities for gainful employment.
Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members. Order, Irene Mayaka. That Kamkunji is illegal.
Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Energy on the following. 1, provide a report on the number of casual workers in Kenya Power Company stations in Turkana County absorbed on permanent and punishable terms in the last 3 years. 2nd, outline the plans that have been put in place to address the plight of casual workers who have served Kenya Power Company for years without being confirmed as permanent and punishable employees. 3, what measures has the ministry put in place to combat nepotism, tribalism, and corruption in the recruitment process to ensure qualified casual workers get a fair opportunity? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Lilian Sioi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to request for a statement.
Sorry, Lilian, just hold. The statement is directed to the chairman of Energy. Who is the chairman of Energy? Is it Vincent Kawaya? Is he in the house? Vice Chair? Who? Aramat. Is he in the house? You bring a response in 2 weeks. Thank you. We need a response in 2 weeks. Lillian, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to request for a statement regarding delay in the issuance of e-teams invoices by the Kenya Revenue Authority. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning regarding the delay in issuance of e-teams invoice by the Kenya Revenue Authority. Honorable Speaker, the Kenya Revenue Authority issued a directive seeking all taxpayers carrying on business to onboard on the electronic tax invoice management system, e-teams. The e-teams was introduced through the VAT, electronic tax invoice. Regulation 2020. However, taxpayers have in the recent past experienced challenges generating invoices from the eTIMS online portal. This has resulted in delay of payment, which has caused anguish among taxpayers who conduct business in Kenya. Additionally, the challenge has caused anxiety on the taxpayers, noting that taxpayers stand to lose out on payment at the close of the financial year 2023-2024. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on the following. 1. What steps have been taken to ensure functionality of the eTIMS online platform? 2. What is the status of successful onboarding of taxpayers to the eTIMS online platform? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Lillian. Chairman, Finance and National Planning. Where is Kimani? Majority Leader, inform him to bring a response in 2 weeks. Honorable members, there are 4 statement responses. I'll stay those to Tuesday next week. Majority Leader, your Thursday statement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 18 June 2024, to prioritize the business for consideration during the week. As members are aware, the debate on the Finance Bill 2024 has been ongoing, and second reading is expected to conclude this afternoon. I would like to commend the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, and indeed the House, for the steadfast commitment and robust engagement in this important business of great national interest. Honorable Speaker, with regards to business for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to give priority to the business bound by statutory timelines. Further, the House is likely to sit longer, especially noting the resolution of the House earlier today approving a Tuesday morning sitting. The following bills are of priority. 1, second reading of the Appropriation Bill 2024, and 2, the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 25 of 2024. 2, Honorable Speaker, Committee of the Whole House on the Finance Bill 2024 and the Appropriation Bill of 2024. 3 is the second reading of the following bills, should they not be reached today: the Land Laws Amendment Bill number 2 of 2023 and the Mang Beans Bill, Senate Bill number 13 of 2022. Additionally, debate will also be undertaken on the following motions, should they not be concluded today. 1, reports of the Auditor General on the National Government Constituency Development Fund for 9 constituencies in Bungoma County. 2, report of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of public petition on funds spent contrary to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution. 3, reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of specified state corporations. 4, report on the Parliamentary, Broadcasting and Library on enhancing reporting of parliamentary business on online platforms. 5, report of the Committee on Regional Integration on its inspection to the semi-autonomous institutions of the East African Community in Uganda. 6 is the report of the Committee on Implementation on the implementation status of reports on petitions and resolutions passed by the House. 7 is a report of the Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on its consideration of alleged unfair trade practices by foreign investors in Kenya. And 8 is the second report of the Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity on employment diversity audit in public institutions. Honorable Speaker, members will note that I had previously conveyed that the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Interior and National Administration was scheduled to appear before the House on the afternoon of Wednesday, 19th June 2024 to respond to questions in the plenary. However, due to the priority business before the House, the appearance was postponed to Wednesday, 26th June 2024, and in this regard, members whose questions had been listed earlier for response are encouraged to avail themselves. Honorable Speaker, I had read the whole list of almost 16 questions by various members. I do not need to repeat them since I read them last week. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee will reconvene next week, Tuesday, 25th June 2024, to schedule business for the rest of that week. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader. So members Zair Mishimbogo, Amina Munyanzi, and Rael Kisiwai, responses to your statements will be on Tuesday. So the chairman of committees or chairpersons of committees be notified. Next order.
Order number 8, the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2024, second reading, resumption of debate.
Yes, Senior Counsel, what is out of order? Yes.
Could they give me... Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise under Standing Order number 252 in terms of access to the House. Mr. Speaker, it's been brought to our attention that our colleagues in the Senate, some of them are interested in accessing the public gallery or the Speaker's gallery to observe our debate, and that they have been refused access. Could you, Mr. Speaker, give direction that the public gallery and the Speaker's gallery should be accessible not just by the senators, but by any Kenyan who cares to come and listen to our debate and our voting? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Otienda, I hear you. Honorable members, you will recall that during today's morning sitting, Order Kiborek and your team, Deputy Speaker, take a seat. Go to your seat. Thank you. Honorable members, you recall that during today's morning sitting, the leader of the minority party, the Honorable Pio Wandai, EGH MP, rose in his place and sought guidance on an advisory from the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning on the measures of supply and ways and means currently being considered by the House. The Honorable Minority Leader noted that the advisory from the Cabinet Secretary was couched in the form of an procedural ultimatum to the House directing against amendment of the various revenue-raising measures contained in the Finance Bill 2024. He concluded by requesting for the advisory to be repudiated by the House as unduly anticipating debate on the Finance Bill 2024 and as an affront to the budget-making mandate of the House. Honorable members, I did allow the leader of the majority party, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, AGH MP, and the chairperson of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro MP, to make brief rejoinders on the issue before scheduling it for my guidance during this afternoon sitting. Honorable members, as I proceed to guide on the matter, I wish to note that the advice referred to by the minority leader, though addressed to the clerk of the Assembly, was copied to both my office and to the chairperson of the Budget and Appropriations Committee. Contrary to the assertions made by the minority leader, the advisory is not an unusual document. Members will note that every year, before the conclusion of the budget process, the Office of the Clerk seeks the views of the Cabinet Secretary responsible for finance on the options available to the House and its committees to ensure a balance between the measures of supply and ways and means under consideration by the House. This is in keeping with the requirements of Article 114 of the Constitution on the consideration of money bills. The advice enables the House to ensure that the measures of supply and ways and means that it approves in the appropriation bill and the finance bill adhere to applicable constitutional and statutory limits. Honorable members, as you are aware, under Section 39A(4)(c) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 412A, Any recommendations made or resolution passed by this House on revenue matters must take into account the impact of the proposed changes on the composition of the tax revenue that the National Treasury is expected to raise. Additionally, honorable members, under Section 45C of the Public Finance Management Act, the House is under an obligation to ensure that the total amount of revenue raised is consistent with the fiscal framework that it approved during the budget process. During its consideration of budget proposals, the House must strike a balance between the supply of monies that it appropriates for the national government and the ways and means of financing such expenditure. As ably expressed by the leader of the majority party and the chairperson of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, any negative imbalance between the ways and means and the supply approved by the House ultimately results in a fiscal deficit. This deficit can only be addressed through borrowing, enhanced taxation, or reduction of the estimates of expenditure. Honorable members, if you listen to the contributions of the Honorable T.J. Kajwang yesterday, these are the exact words he used in his contribution. And he was very right in law and under the Constitution. As members will recall, any borrowing sanctioned by the House must strictly adhere to the threshold prescribed by this House in line with Section 50 of the Public Finance Management Act and the principles outlined under Article 211 of the Constitution that cautions against overburdening future generations with unnecessary bad debt. Honorable members, all things considered, my reading of the advisory from the Cabinet Secretary is that it constitutes a reminder to the House of its constitutional and statutory obligations. I do not view it as a directive in the manner argued by the minority leader. In the letter, the Cabinet Secretary reminds the House of the recent increase made to the estimates of expenditure when the House considers supply measures. The House is merely being asked to factor in this increased expenditure when considering the ways and means of financing the approved supply. In its decision-making, the House is only bound by the Constitution and the law. The ultimate decision lies with this House. I therefore find nothing untoward with advisory. Its contents may be used for the information of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, the Finance and National Planning Committee, and House in plenary and during the Committee of the Whole while considering both the Appropriations Bill and the Finance Bill. The House is accordingly guided. I thank you. On what the Honorable Otiende Amolo has raised, entry and access to the galleries is not a right of anybody. It is to the discretion of not just Mr. Speaker, but the Sergeant at Arms and his team. And their advice this afternoon was that they desired to keep the galleries unoccupied. And that's being a security matter to which I'm not an expert. I've given them the benefit of doubt. Secondly, Honorable Otiende Amolo, you may recall some 2021, when the Honorable John Mbandi nearly killed me in the public gallery. No. Yeah, you are the one who saved me. It is Alice Nganga who nearly killed me. It is the Honorable Alice Nganga who nearly killed us. And if you recall, with a light touch, the Honorable Senator Mudhamasi, then he was, left the gallery half naked. And the Honorable Bone Khalwale left the gallery at a speed that would have broken a world record. We don't want to repeat that. Honorable members, now we go back to the bill. Robert Basil. But as I call Robert Basil, honorable members, I have been order. I've been requested by the majority and minority leaders that we reduce the time further from 3 minutes to 1.5 minutes. Robert Basil.
Thank you, Speaker. The time is too short, though. From onset, I reject the bill because it's very clear Generation Z, they cannot, or they want to say elastic limit on taxation has been reached. So we need to listen to the cries of the citizens and do like what Ronald Reagan in the US did. We cut taxes and we cut government expenditure. So, Mr. Speaker, if you look at some of the taxes, for example, if you look at the excise duty on coal, the 5%, in principle, Mr. Speaker, what it will do is going to kill cement, clinker manufacturing industries. And with that, we are going to lose jobs, lose revenue, and will not be able to realize the target. Additionally, the import declaration fee, Mr. Speaker, that has been raised from 2.5 to 3.5% is going to be moved to the final consumer. And since we import most of the items, for example, medicinal drugs, Mr. Speaker, it means hustlers and the poor patients will not be able to afford medicine. So, Mr. Speaker, what I want to say is this finance bill, we need to say no to it and possibly try to cut on taxes. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the levy, eco levy on plastics is going to increase price on plastic packages. And in reality, that is going to affect export of flowers and make our flowers not competitive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Victor Koech, Chepalungu.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. It's unfortunate that I'm now getting 1.5 minutes, but nonetheless, I will try my best. Mr. Speaker, this particular debate is taking a totally different angle, a political angle. As to why I'm saying this is because members have now deviated from arguing from a point of facts to now dealing with political issues. As to why I'm saying so, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that now informing the House that bread is going to be taxed. While the fact is, the committee led by Kimani Kuria sought the public opinion, and on sorting on the public opinion, the committee is now dropping 16% VAT on bread. On motorcycle, Mr. Speaker, again, the committee report is saying that instead of allowing importation of motorcycles, we promote our local manufacturers so as to create job opportunities for our citizens. And in that case, Mr. Speaker, I support. Thank you so much.
Jalango Langata. Order. Yes, Kibagende. What is out of order? And under what standing order are you?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is a stranger in the House. I've seen someone resembling Oscar Sudi in the House. There's a stranger in the House, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Honorable Kibagende. If you want to provide comic relief, that is a very poor one. Go on, Jalango.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Give order, Anjala. What is out of order? Give Anjala the mic. What standing order are you standing on? What order? What is standing
91.
order?
91, Mr. Speaker.
Pardon?
91.
Order. Order.
91.
Take your seat.
Mr. Speaker.
You have no point of order. Take your seat. Jalango, carry on. Honorable Anjala. I encourage you that yesterday when you spoke, the House listened to you. What is it about? Order, Angela. Angela, you know, Standing Order 91 is a standing order you use to challenge a colleague who is on the floor and has said a statement that you think is not factual. Order. The member on the floor, Honorable Jalango of Langata, had not uttered a single word for you to challenge him on any fact. So you are out of order. I ruled him out of order already. Jalango, continue.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. First of all, I reject the Finance Bill 2024. Immediately, immediately touched around everything that touches a common person. That is the M-Pesa, the cars, the pads. And I looked back and saw the whole generation in Langata out here having their voices so loud. Even after the amendments, I had to make the choice that I've made today. Now, out here is the Gen Z generation whom I talk to every day. I interact with them on Twitter, TikTok, and everywhere. When most of you will have gone back to the villages, we will be with them here in Nairobi. The question will still be there. And most of you know, I'm the friend to the president, and I spoke to him, and he knows very well that this is my stand. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Honorable Katana. Honorable Katana, you are being grossly disorderly. Please exercise some decorum, not just you, everybody else that is either cheering or jeering. We want to have an orderly end to this. Member for Kuresoi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to give my voice on this important bill. I've been waiting for it since morning. From the onset, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I support the bill 2024-2025. I am supporting the bill, Mr. Speaker, because of a number of reasons. One of the reasons is the increase in CTF is the increase in CTF by around 50 million. This CTF, Mr. Speaker, is a fund which touches all corners of our country. And this is a fund which has really transformed our country. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say that I support this bill because of the 50 million which has been set aside for electricity. Mr. Speaker, when I go around my constituency, Kuresoi South, people are asking me about electricity, maximization of transformers and installation.
Ruth Odinga. Can you give...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand up here to reject the bill, the Finance Bill 2024. And mine is very simple. This finance bill is actually an IMF-driven finance bill. One of the tenets of the IMF is to see countries that they come into to stop subsidies, also to promote privatization, but the worst is for these countries to have oppression. That is the oppression of the people. And what you're seeing out here right now on the Gen Z is not only because of the fact that there's the state oppressing them, but IMF is playing a very big role in that is happening. And my good people, let me tell you, Gen Z is out, and I'm very happy. The only thing that I really agree with this finance bill is for the Gen Z to say that Baba should be left out of this mandamano. Thank you.
Roku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The people of Better North, Mr. Speaker, 684 villages, they don't have a power connection. 684 villages, if you multiply that by 100 households per village, you realize it's quite a number of thousands of households in my constituency which don't have power. This bill, this budget, Mr. Speaker, it promises the people of Better North that we will be connected with power. We have young people who have been employed as interns. This bill, this budget, it confirms the teachers, the young JSS teachers who have been employed as interns. And also, it promises further 20,000 young teachers also to be employed as interns, Mr. Speaker. Some of them will be coming from Better North, the people who sent me here, Mr. Speaker. And it's for this reason, Mr. Speaker, that I support this finance bill, Mr. Speaker, among other many reasons, such as ensuring...
Time up. Esther Pasaris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, much as I commend the public participation that was done on the bill, and much as I commend the amendments that they have come with, I want to say that I reject, because we need to ensure that we listen to the population and what they're saying. This country right now needs to listen. We need to tighten our belts, we need to live within our means, and we need to address corruption. Yesterday, seeing Obado getting away with a settlement of only 15% when he owes 1.9 billion tells us that we are not serious about addressing corruption. If we address corruption, we will be able to fund the expenses of this government. It is time for us to take a position that corruption is the biggest enemy in the room. And I think I stand ashamed to know that only a house in Loreto is not 40 million. A flat in Nairobi is not 9 million. Even in the settlement, we are actually cutting deals. So we say no to corruption, and we fund and live within our means. I reject the 2014 finance bill. Thank you.
Member for Nyaribari Chache.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, a time has come as a godly nation to make decisions that will impact positively on the lives of the 55 million plus Kenyans. Today, Honorable Speaker, I stand here to vote and support the Finance Bill 2024 so that the people of Nyaribari Chache and the people of Kenya can get infrastructural projects, electricity, water, and much more. Honorable Speaker, I want to urge the Generation Z to relax, as Kenya Kwanza government means well, and they will be the greatest beneficiaries of the proposed amendments. Honorable Speaker, the Generation Z are young Democrats trying to exercise their constitutional rights to picket and assemble. I am urging the Inspector General of Police, Honorable Speaker, to treat them humanly and provide them with maximum security. Honorable Speaker, the Finance Bill 2024 proposes an export and investment promotion levy with the goal of encouraging consumers to purchase locally produced alternatives, thereby supporting domestic manufacturers.
Caleb Luyali.
Thank you, Speaker. Finally, I got a chance. Mr. Speaker, I use only 1 minute to say we reject this finance bill, we reject the report of the committee on the finance bill. Mr. Speaker, a German social constructivist once said, Alexander Wendt, he once said that anarchy is what the states make of it. Mr. Speaker, this government is going to create anarchy in this country. And this finance bill is going to be the impetus of this anarchy. We have seen what is going around. We have seen every town in this country is occupied. And very soon, members of parliament, their homes are going to be occupied. We cannot sit here and pretend that everything is normal outside. Mr. Speaker, I want to urge my colleagues on the other side, you have a few minutes to change your mind. We must reject this finance bill.
Gigi Kagombe. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Speaker. I stand to support this Finance Bill 2024 because, Mr. Speaker, we have a responsibility as a House to create employment for the people who are out there demonstrating. Mr. Speaker, we also have a responsibility to make sure that we give the right information to the young people of this nation. In as much as they elected us and we listen to them during public participations, we also have a responsibility to tell them the truth. Mr. Speaker, for the people who are lying in Gatondo Hospital and for the doctors who are going to treat them, I vote yes. Mr. Speaker, for the tea farmers who are in Gatondo now and other places, I vote yes. For the JSS teachers, I vote yes. For those people who are guarding us as the police officers, I vote yes. For the members of KDF who need to be paid salaries, I vote yes. For the people that we need to create employment and to create manufacturing in this nation, we are asking that we introduce excess duty on products that are gotten from other countries so that we support our economy. Those people who are out there need jobs. In fact, those people who are being mobilized because they do not have jobs. We have a responsibility to create jobs for them, Mr. Speaker, and we shall not create.
Thank you. Member for Kajiado East. Yes. My. Give him the mic. Yes. Okay. My, use the next mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the chance to contribute on behalf of the people of Kajiado East constituency. I rise to oppose the finance bill for 2024 because the bill has excessive taxes on common wananchi. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, our economy has not improved, and we have about 16% of our population living below poverty line. And the reason is because of bad economy as well as corruption in this country. By taxing them more, I feel like it's putting a burden on wananchi, which we should be doing more to help them than hurting them. Mr. Speaker, when you also look at the fuel levy of 9 shillings, that is another burden to wananchi. I can imagine by people commuting between Kitengela and Nairobi and back and forth, paying more for transport because of the increase of the fuel levy. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand to oppose the bill because it is not friendly to common wananchi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Moses Kirima.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this bill. Mine is that by the time when this bill came originally, it was too bad and it was punitive to the people. And my people had instructed me that if it was to be as it was, I was meant to oppose it. But when I came and raised the issue with the chairman of finance, Mr. Kimani Kulia, he told me that there are going to be some amendments of which actually what I was told to oppose, the bread, taxation, bondas, rentals, essentials, cooking well and avocados and the rest, the agricultural outputs. After the amendments, I don't see any reason to oppose it. So I thereby support it with amendments. But if there are no amendments, no way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Ken Chonga.
Thank you, Speaker. From the outset, Mr. Speaker, I stand to oppose this bill. Mr. Speaker, by the mere fact that the drafters of this bill were thinking of taxing bread, milk, rubber, it means that they've never had a good intention for the Kenyans. This bill is obnoxious, is diabolical, this bill is pungent and shocking to the lives of Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, I was surprised yesterday, the majority leader here said that life has gone down, that the packet of maize flour right now is trading at 100 shillings. Where in which supermarket can we go and find the one packet? Not unless he has a supermarket that he can direct Kenyans to buy from. Finally, Mr. Speaker, by mere fact of adding 9 shillings to petroleum products, it is implying, therefore, the entire economy is falling down. Everything in the economy depends on fuel, and for as long as we have the price of fuel, everything is going to spiral up. Mr. Speaker, I stand to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Janet Setianei, member for Turbo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I stand to support this financial bill 2024, Honorable Speaker, with amendments. Honorable Speaker, I support this proposed bill as one of the revenue-raising measure with proposed amendments because it's going to give Kenyans an opportunity to receive their due development. They are going to get electricity, the school's infrastructure, bursary. Farmers are going to get subsidy, increased milk prices. The sugarcane farmers are going to get their pending arrears. School-going children are going to be fed. Elderly people are going to get cash transfers. Honorable Speaker, this bill has also listened to proposals that are going to reduce what the wananchi were worried about. The VAT on sugarcane transportation, the removal of 16% on bread, removal of exercise duty on, removal of, protect me, Honorable Speaker. This bill proposals
are going to see that VAT is removed on bread. There is excise duty removed on money transfer. There is also VAT removed on sugar.
Yes. Engineers Zengu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I have waited from yesterday, but I want to say from the onset that I raised to oppose this Finance Bill 2024, and there are many, many reasons why I am opposing it. But one of the reasons is that it is increasing, or it is putting a levy on clinker, which is an imported component of cement. And
yes, Honorable Jeanette, what is it?
Speaker.
What is
Mr. Speaker.
it? Order.
Kachini bwana. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I wanted to seek your indulgence, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, to those who are in Parliament, there is time for everything.
Order, members, I can't hear clearly. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, as you're aware in Parliament, there is time for debate, and then there is time for voting. Mr. Speaker, some of our members here on my side took early lunch. They are taking lunch by 10 a.m., I think, ugali and nyama. And they have come here so that their vote can count, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, having debated this bill now extensively, I think we should go now to do our constitutional duty of voting, Mr. Speaker, so that Kenyans can know which direction we are taking, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I seek your indulgence to call the mover to reply, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Jeanette. Let Nzengu finish. I had an intention of giving Rosi Museo. Then I will call the mover to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the Finance Bill 2023, it is reported that the road maintenance levy was not collected enough because of increment in the price of the petroleum product. This year, Honorable Speaker, the same mistake is being repeated. We know that from Finance Bill 2023, the price of cement went up, the price of steel went up because of the export promotion and investment levy, which is unnecessary because it is meant to promote monopoly in the industry. The same people that produce cement are the same people that are producing steel, and that is why the cost of construction has gone up, and being a deterrent to a lot of Kenyans from constructing their houses or their property. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I want to reject the proposed bill totally and as a whole. Thank you.
Women Rep Muranga. After that, Rose Museo, then the mover be ready to reply. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I rise to support the bill, and I will vote yes for the bill. Voting for this bill, we are voting for real issues, Mr. Speaker, not for the negative things that have been said in the media to whip emotions. Mr. Speaker, voting for this bill is voting for 6.8 billion for coffee cherry fund. Mr. Speaker, voting for this bill is voting for 46,000 JSS teachers who are internship to be put in the payroll to be employed. Mr. Speaker, we are here to tell our brothers from the opposition that we don't need to whip emotions, and we know who are the sponsors of the ongoing mandamano, and we revisit after the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice onto this. And I start by saying that I reject this finance bill 2023, 2024, 2025. And Mr. Speaker, you can see from what is happening in the streets of my constituency, the picketing and the protesting the people are doing on my constituency, because this bill is not undergo due public participation. And that is why I'm saying, if they listen to the people in the first place, they should listen again and they take the bill back to the people. We reject it and we ask for it to be withdrawn, be taken to the people, because the people are the taxpayers. They are the people we are subjecting to these taxes. They should be heard. And then, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the government side not to pretend that they are doing Kenyans favors by introducing these amendments. Actually, these amendments were not there in the Finance Bill 2023. It is not a favor you are doing the people of Kenya, and we are asking the people in the government to listen to the common mwananchi. I've done so, and that's why I reject this bill. I've also listened to my side of the divide of the government, which is the Azimio coalition, with the most professors who can never be wrong on this finance bill. And that is why I reject this finance bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Asante. Asante Bwana Spika kwa nafasi hiyo umenipatia. Mimi natoa sauti yangu kupinga mswada huo wa fedha wa mwaka 2024 na 25. Kwa sababu watu wa Makwiny wameniambia kabisa mswada huo hawezi kukubali jinsi ulivyo, na nasema hivyo kwamba Wakenya wametoka katika janga la corona ambalo limeweza kufanya wengi waliishiwa na biashara zao, wengine hawako kazini, na maisha ya Wakenya yamekuwa katika hali ya juu sana, na serikali haijafanya mikakati maalum ya kuweza kuboresha maisha ya wananchi wa Kenya. Tungekuwa katika nyumba hii tukiongea jinsi ambavyo tunaweza kuwasaidia Wakenya waboreshe maisha yao. Nasema hivi ya kwamba kupata pesa ambazo ni za kuweza kusaidia serikali kuendelesha mambo yao, kuna njia nyingi. Kizungu kingi ambacho kimezungumzwa na mwenyekiti wa bajeti, naomba watumie, kwa maana watumie mbinu hizo, wakae chini kama kamati na kuangalia ni jinsi gani wanaweza kuleta fedha bila kumuumiza mwananchi wa kawaida. Tukiangalia mambo ya soda ambayo yamezungumziwa sana, niseme ya kwamba naomba kabisa jinsi nchi zingine zinapeana soda bure,
Yes, Honorable Kimilu. Honorable Kimilu.
Speaker, is it in order for you to deny me a chance to reject this finance bill? Because I've been here since just a day, and you not give me any chance, but I reject this bill, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Kimilu, order. You have rigged yourself to the Hansard. Korea Kimani. Yeah. Korea Kimani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. When I've watched the debates yesterday and today, I celebrate the democracy that our forefathers fought for. That Kenyans across the political divide can sit down for hours on end and discuss issues of this country. And as it has been said, the conversation on our country is no longer about our communities, it is about of how to grow our economy and our country. When we have differed on the how, not on the what we need to do as a country in order to become a growing economy. But Honorable Speaker, sadly, this debate has been skewed in a different way because of the fallacies and the lies have been told. Honorable Speaker, I have seen some members and members of the public say that the bill introduces taxation on cancer patients. I have gone through the bill word by word, clause by clause. Yes. And there is absolutely nothing on this bill that mentions about usurpations. These falsehoods to emotionalize our members of the public is immoral, is wrong, and it is very distasteful. We have seen a lot of contestation, especially by our young people, that there is introduced taxation on digital content creation. Honorable Speaker, this is far from truth. In fact, the bill proposes to exclude content creation that does not lead to money generation. The rejection of this bill will make our content creators worse off than they are in the current provisions of the law. The current provision of the Finance Act talks about content creation even when it is not monetized. The bill proposes to delete content creation that is not monetized, and that is a fact of the matter. So for our content creators, rejection of this bill means that you'll be worse off than we were last year or that we were in the moment. I've watched the debate on sanitary towels and diapers. Honorable Speaker, I grew up during napkin times when children used to be napped with napkins. And I've seen how diapers has revolutionized and modernized our women. A few years ago, Honorable Speaker, the quality of a good mother and a good wife was known by how well she washed the napkins for her children. They used to soak them at night with jik, with hot water, and tie their hands to wash them white. And when neighbors would pass, they would watch how white they are, and the quality of that wife and mother was based on how white those napkins are. Therefore, where we are in diapers, we have greatly revolutionized and given dignity to our wives and to our mothers. What this bill proposes is to give them more dignity by making them use diapers and sanitary towels that they can be good quality, that are affordable, and we can sustain their safety. Amen. That is why we are saying that let us use our own locally manufactured products. Yes, Honorable Speaker, how much do we hate ourselves as Kenyans that we demonize our capacity to manufacture here locally? Amen. How much do we hate our young people that would rather export these jobs to India and China and not have them here in Kenya, Honorable Speaker? We have seen the government allocate resources to ensure we have free sanitary towels for our school-going children. How much do we hate us that do we hate ourselves that we want this money to go to India and China and not to our locally manufactured and not to our local manufacturers here in Kenya, Honorable Speaker? These arguments came last year. And Honorable Speaker, this House made two, just to emphasize, two difficult decisions. One of them was imposing import duty and excise duty on imported furniture. As we speak, Honorable Speaker, that tax and policy measure has seen the furniture being used in this country, being locally manufactured and creating jobs for young people. If you go to the big furniture shops, like tiles and carpets and the others, they have all started local assembly and local manufacture of furniture. And therefore, the furniture that we are using, courtesy of the Finance Act of 2023, is what is made here locally, Honorable Speaker. Last year, we zero-rated local assembly of mobile phones. As a result, we are producing 400,000 phones every day for the external market. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, it means and demonstrates that giving tax incentives to manufacturers leads to the growth of local manufacturing and continues with the mantle of Buy Kenya, Build Kenya. Honorable Speaker, this bill proposes to exempt pensions payment, to increase pension payments to be tax exempt for salaried people from 20,000 to 30,000. Rejection of this bill, Honorable Speaker, would mean that these pension contributions to take care of us when we get old is going to be tax exempt, and therefore Kenyans will be worse off if this bill is rejected, if the amendments as proposed in the bill. On pay-as-you-earn, Honorable Speaker, all statutory deductions, which are housing levy, chief, and NSSF, have been proposed in the report of this committee to be tax allowable for pay-as-you-earn. Rejection of this bill as amended by this committee would mean that our salaried Kenyans will have less disposable income to take home if this bill as amended is going to be rejected. Honorable Speaker, on the ease of doing business, if you have sales that are that are above 5 million shillings, you are subject to VAT registration. This bill and the report of this committee recommends increasing this from 5 million to 8 million shillings. Therefore, rejection of this bill will, as amended by the committee will make it more difficult for our businesses. Honorable Speaker, you had the complaints on eating systems last year for our avocado farmers and for the young traders. This bill, as proposed with the proposed amendment by the committee, is exempting subsistence farmers and SMEs with a turnover of less than 1 million shillings from...
Yes, order. Jared Okello, what is the point of order? And under what standing order are you raising? Give him the mic.
I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise on a point of order number 91. Honorable Speaker, there is a pattern that is developing into this House that each time we come up with objectivity on a matter such as this, we are being told that CDF will be reduced, there will be no Kera roads. This kind of blackmail must stop, Honorable Speaker. We must always
What is out
engage.
of order?
What is out of order is what the chair of the Finance Committee is telling us, Honorable Speaker, that it will reduce even issues of this House, Honorable Speaker. But I also reject this bill in total in line with Nyando.
Order, Jared. That is called rigging. Finish up, Kimani.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. So saying that, Honorable Speaker, this bill, the challenges that have had on ETIMS and the complaints by our farmers and our SMEs has made this committee recommend the removal of the requirement of registration for ETIMS for farmers and has advocated for what we call reverse invoicing and the reduction of this of the threshold for registration to those with a turnover of 1 million shillings. Honorable Speaker, this is going to lead to a more ease of doing business, Honorable Speaker. On the matter of internet and all this space around internet, Honorable Speaker, this bill proposes to increase investment deductions for fiber, for identifiable rights to the fiber optic cable and spectrum license by a telecommunication operator by 10%. This is going to enhance availability and the rollout of fiber optic and internet connectivity to the whole country, Honorable Speaker. Lastly, I know the generation behind us is used, their quickest mode of communication is platforms like TikTok and Instagram. Honorable Speaker, if you check that platform, the reels are very short, and therefore the way of communication is sensationalized. I'm really urging our young generation, the people that are calling me on my phone, I took my lunch break yesterday and my lunch break today to return all the calls I got to my phone. And I was asking them, you are telling me to reject. Tell me what you want to reject in this bill. Then they say, we have a katatu. I am asking them, what clause is adding additional taxes and difficulty of doing business? They say, we have a katatu, because they have not taken time to understand this. And with that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Order, honorable members. Members on their feet, take your seats. He has concluded, Babu Wino. Order. Order, members, take your seats. Member for Bumula, take your seat. Member, take your seats. Member for Kuresoi. Honorable members, Nyamita, take your seat. Honorable Nyamita, you can't be strolling around the house when you are being told to take your seat. Honorable members, we have come to the end of debate on this bill, the Finance Bill, National Assembly, Bill number 30 of 2024. Before I put the question, I want to direct the House as follows. My question will not attract a voice vote. We will go straight into division. I had directed the House yesterday, and I repeated this morning, that in the interest of proper time management, the voting will be electronic. Order. 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 Honorable Kajwang. Honorable Kajwang, you are my junior but a senior lawyer, and I expect a lot more from you. Honorable members, the Speaker can read the mood in the House. I don't want to give anybody an excuse to go and play to the gallery. Whether you vote electronically or you vote manually, the result is the same. Order. 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 I have consulted with your leaders. Order. I've consulted with your leaders, and they do not have a hard feeling either way. Order. 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 Consequently, I'll put the question. I'll direct thereafter the division bell to be rung for 5 minutes. The whips, if your members are still loitering out there, you have 5 minutes to get them into the House. Within the 5 minutes, the whips on either side, bring your two tellers, and we will then close the bar and go into manual voting. Order. Order. Order, honorable members. Order. Order. I now put the question. I'll now put the question, which is that the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2024, be now read a second time. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say nay. Order. 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 Order, honorable members. Order. Take your seats. Take your seats. Order, honorable members. Take your seats. You are being disorderly. Before even the Speaker announces the outcome of the voice vote, you are on your feet, claiming a division, meaning you are claiming that you have lost. All right? Order. Order, Mile Odhiambo. In my many years in this house, I've never heard of the winner claiming a division. It's only the losing side that claims a division. So why are you demonstrating this? I put the question again. Order. I'll now put the question again, which is that the finance bill, I like the comic relief in the house, which is that the finance bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2024, be now read a second time. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Order, take your seats. Take your seats. Take your seats. Order, honorable members. Order, take your seats. Order, take your seats. Order, Mwango, take your seat. Honorable Mwango. The claim for a division is overwhelming. We don't need to count. I now direct that the division bell be rung for 5 minutes. Junet and Osoro provide 2 tellers each. And after 5 minutes, we'll cross the bar and go to a roll call vote.
Well, as directed by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Wetangula, is that the division bell be rung. This is for 10 minutes. And of course, this is the part where the members of the National Assembly will be taking a vote on whether the bill, that is the Finance Bill 2024, whether it be read a second time. And it has been indicated by the Speaker that the vote will be a roll call vote. What we have just witnessed is that the members have taken a vote. That is when the Speaker indicated that those who are of that opinion that the bill be read a second time say yes, and those who are not of that opinion say no. And it was realized that the ayes had it, but of course there was a claim for division, and that is what has necessitated this particular division. By roll call means that the members will be called by name to give their opinion on the position on whether that particular bill be read a second time. Remember, this is the point that usually comes after the bill, after debate on that bill has taken place extensively and also exhaustively on the floor of the House. The finance bill debate has been on for close to 2 days, as it started on Wednesday, that is yesterday in the morning, throughout the day, and this morning before that debate was concluded just a few minutes ago. And the next stage is for the bill to be read a second time for it to be able to proceed to the next stage. That is for consideration of the amendments at the Committee of the Whole House stage. Once that 5-minute division bell is over, as directed by the Speaker, the whips of the House, this means the whip from the majority side as well as the
Speaker ndio huyo hapa.
Kingaka. Kamoja bana bonga. Bonga wapi? Live. Niko wewe unajua. Sina nani bonge unajua. Reject bana. Reject. Twendeni hivi. See, don't go that side. Kama you reject. We are right. Reject. Wanaanza kuedi. Amesimama na sisi. Tuko remba leo. Undercover. Mimi niko hapa. Ruto is Katagaras. We are opposing the president. We are opposing the president because we have realized that the president is Katagaras. The president is diabolical. You have to go. We don't need you. We don't. You are a constitutional delinquent. We don't need. Just go. Omera Ruto. Ngoja.
Contents of the bill, or even just ventilate on which way they will be taking the vote, because once they come back, then their voice will be heard on whether the bill proceeds to the next stage or not. Remember, these are two sides, and it will be a roll call vote. Pursuant to Standing Order number 72, Standing Order number 69, which is on voting in the House, and Standing Order 72 specifies the mode of voting, that is the roll call of voting, which is what will be taking place this afternoon. Each member will be called out by their name to declare their position on this particular stage where the bill is at. And once that is complete, then the results will be on. Of course, we'll be giving you the screen on the results as it continues on the floor of the House. Two tailors from the two sides will be at the dispatch point. That is where they will be taking a keen look at how the voting is taking place from both sides. Voting that will be done by members from their side. And it is a crucial stage because the contentious, or the bill has been termed contentious and has attracted a lot of interest. That is the Speaker addressing the House. Allow me to hand you over back to this live broadcast. Good afternoon.
wakubwa wenu walisema tufunge. Oh, sorry. Sits. Order. Honorable members, take your seats. Are there still members behind here? Are there... Members, order, take your seats. Honorable members, take your seats. Honorable Madenga, take your seats. Take your seats. Honorable members, take your seats. I now order that the bars be drawn. Doors be locked. Do I put the question again before the second vote? Honorable members, take your seats. Honorable members, take your seat. Johanna. Vindikiri, take your seat. Order. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the following have been appointed by the whips as tellers. For the ayes: Robert Bokose MP, Eric Wamumbi MP. For the noes: Julius Mawathe MP, Jared Okello MP. The vote available to each member is ayes, which is yes, nays, which is no, and the third vote is abstention. Those of you who wish to abstain, you record your name at the clerk's desk when you are called, or when you shout that you abstain. I'll now, pardon? Order, Didymus. I know that we have locked the doors out there. In case of extreme pressure for any member to go to the washrooms behind the speaker's chair are still available. But I'm not encouraging a queue towards those facilities, because under your standing orders, when a vote is being taken, No member is allowed to walk around. You remain in your seats. You remain silent. When you are called out to vote, it is you to say yes or no. Any member who interjects and becomes a nuisance, the Speaker has the right to declare your vote invalid. Don't go that route. I now put the question once again, as is required by the standing orders, which is that the Finance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 30 of 2024, be now read a second time. Clerk, you can start with the roll call. And members, when you are called, if you maintain silence, you have your microphones, and some of you have got very loud voices because your vote is not necessarily going to the Hansa. You can shout from where you are, and there will be nobody required to assist anybody in shouting. Every individual is voting on their own. Is voting on their own. And I repeat, if you engage in the kind of conduct my brother from Budalangi normally does, your vote will be declared invalid. Order. Clerk, can we proceed? They tell us. Order, Honorable Angela, take your seat, my brother.
Ainab Koi, Chepkonga Kiprono Samuel. Ainamoi Langat Benjamin Kipkrui. Aldai Kitani Marian Jebet. Alego Usonga Atandi Samuel Onunga. Awendo Owino John Walter. Bahati Mrembo Irene Njoki. Bahati Mrembo Irene Njoki. Balambala Shurie Abdi Omar. Balambala Shurie Abdi Omar. Baringo County.
Order. Order. Babu Wino. Order. Honorable Babu Wino, you are grossly disorderly. You are not Shurie of Mbalambala. And you cannot do what you are doing. You are a decent young man. I don't know why you keep doing these things. Order. Honorable, tell us and the clerk, be on the lookout. A member who is called is the only one entitled to vote. And I want to encourage you, Opio and I, to counsel your members. Ichungwa, counsel your members. Let's not engage in disgraceful behavior.
Baringo County.
Is absent. He's not here.
Balambala Shurie Abdi Omar.
Absent.
Baringo County Sergon Florence Jematia. Baringo Central Kandie Joshua Kipiegon.
I vote yes.
Baringo North Kipkoros Joseph Maglap. Baringo South Kamuren Charles. Belgut Koech Nelson. Bobasi Momanyi Innocent Obiri. Bamachoge Borabu Barongo Nolfason Obadia. Bamachoge Chache, Alpha Miruka Undeki. Bomet County, Bomet County, Lynette Chepkoril. Bomet East, Yegon Richard Kipkemoi.
No, Bomet Central.
Bomet Central, Kilel Richard Cheruyot. Bonchari.
Bomet East, yes. Bomet.
Sorry, let me repeat. Allow me. Bomet East, Yegon Richard Kipkemoi. Bonchari, Mamwacha Onchoke Charles. Bondo, Ogola Gideon. Bondo, Ogola Gideon Ochanda. Borabu.
Order members. No cheering. There's no vote that attracts any cheering. Remain silent.
Borabu Osero Patrick Kibagendi.
I vote no.
Budalangi Wanjala Rafael Sauti Bita. Bumula Wamboka Nelson Jack. Bungoma County Wabilianga Catherine Nanjala. Bura Yakub Ado Kuno. Bura Yakub Ado Kuno. Bureti Komingoi Kibet Kirui. Busia County Omanyo Catherine Nahambi. Butere Mwale Nicholas Tindi. Butula Oyula Joseph. Buuri Muruidhania Rindikiri Mugambi. Central Imenti Kirima Moses Ngochine. Changamwe Shimbwa Omar Mwinyi. Shebalungu Koech Victor Kipngetich. Cherangani Barasa Patrick Simiyu.
I vote no.
Chesumei Diego Paul Kibichi. Chuka Iganga Ngombe Mtwega Patrick Munene. Dadab Farah Maalim. Dagoreti North Elachi Beatrice. Dagoreti South Waweru John Kiarie.
I vote yes.
Eldama Ravine Sirma.
Order clerk. Order Honorable Junet. In the course of voting, the House does not entertain anything else. No points of order. No moving around. The tellers and the clerks are not complaining. They are okay. So, order, honorable members. Order. You have given these 4 honorable members a responsibility to guard, to oversee, to protect your vote. Trust them. Any member who has a stress in his voice or her voice and needs a mic, is a portable mic, but continue the way you are doing.
Eldama Ravine Sirma Musa Cherutich. Eldas Kenan Adan Welie. Elgeo Marakwet Jepto Ngerechei Caroline. Embakasi Central Gadiro Majadong Benjamin. Embakasi Central Gadiro Majadong Benjamin. Embakasi East, Babu Owino Ongili. Babu Owino Ongili. Embakasi North, Gakuya James Mwangi. Embakasi North, Gakuya James Mwangi.
The tellers say they have had you vote no. So why do you want the microphone again? Take your seat.
Embakasi North, Gakuya James Mwangi. Embakasi South, Mawathe Julius Musili.
On behalf of Embakasi South people, I vote no.
Embakasi West, Mwenje Mark Samuel Mureithi. Embu County, Double N Pamela Njoki. Emgwen, Lelmegit Joses Kipto. Emuhaya, Omboko Milemba. Emurwa Dikir, Johanna Ngeno. Endebes, Pukose Robert.
Yes.
Fafi Yakub Farah Sala. Fafi Yakub Sara.
Yes, 14 years.
Funyula Oundo Wilberforce Jambo. Galole Hiribaye Said Buya. Ganze Tengule Charo Kenneth Kazungu. Garissa County, Siad Udgon Amina. Garissa Township, Baro Deko Mohammed. Garsen, Guyo Ali Wario. Gatanga, Moreu Wakili Edward. Gatundu North, Kururia Njoroge. Gatundu North, Kururia Njoroge. Gatundu South, Kagombe Gabriel. Game, Elisha Odhiambo. Gichugu, Githinji Robert Gichimu. Gilgil, Martha Wangari. Githunguri wa Muchomba Gadhoni. Hamisi Gimose Charles Gumini.
Yes. Where is he? Where is he?
Hamisi Gimose Charles Gumini.
He's there. Yes.
Homa Bay County, Bensuda Osogo Atieno. Homa Bay Town, Kaluma George Peter Opondo. Igembe Central, Karithi Kiili Daniel. Igembe North, Julius Taitumu. Igembe South, John Paul Mwirigi. Ijara, Abdi Ali Abdi. Ikolomani, Shinali Bernard Masaka. Ikolomani, Shinali Bernard Masaka. Isiolo County, Mumina Golo. Isiolo County, Mumina Golo Bonaya. Isiolo North, Lomwa Joseph Samal. Isiolo South, Tubi Bidu Mohammed.
Honorable members, your colleague, Honorable Tubi of Isolo South, is recuperating in Nairobi Hospital. I talked to him this afternoon. Let's pray for him. There is no vote for him. Go.
Jomvu, Badibadi Twalib. Juja, Koimbori George. Juja, Koimbori George. Kabete Wamashukuru James. Kabete Wamashukuru James. Kabondo Kasipul, Eve Obara Akinyi. Kabuchai Kalasinga Wekesa Majimbo. Kacheliba Titus Lote. Kacheliba Titus Lote. Kaiti Kimilu Joseph Kivinda. Kajiado County Sankaire Lea Sopiato. Kajiado Central Memusi Kanchori. Kajiado East Kuta Maimai. Kajiado North Onesmus Ngogoyo. Kajiado South Sakimba Parashina Samuel. Kajiado West Sunkuya George. Kakamega County LC Muhanda. Kakamega County LC Muhanda. Kaloleni Katana Paul Kahindi. Kamukonji Hassan Abdi Yusuf. Kandara Chege Njoguna. Kandui Makali John. Kangema Peter Irungu Kihongi. Kangundo Fabian Chule Muli. Kapenguria Moroto Samuel Chumel. Yes. Kapseret Oscar Sudi. Karachuonyo Adipo Andrew Okwome. Kasarani Karauri Ronald Kamwiko. Kasipul Were Charles Ongondo. Kadiani Robert Mbui. Keio North Adams Kipsanai. Keio South Gideon Kemayo. Kericho County Beatrice Kemei. Keses Julius Ruto. Huisero Aseka Christopher. Kiamba Kawanjiko John. Kiambu Waidhaka John. Kiambu County Wamuradha Ann Wanjiku. Kibra Peter Orero. Kibwezi East, Jessica Mbalu. Kibwezi West, Mutuse Mwengi. Kieni, Wainaina Njoroge. Kigumo, Joseph Munyoro. Kiharu, Ndindi Nyoro. Kikuyu, Anthony Kimani Ichungwa. Kilgoris, Julius Sunkuli. Kilifi County, Gertrude Mbeyu. Kilifi North, Owen Bayer. Kilifi South, Richard Ken Chonga. Kilome, Nzambia Kidwa. Kimilili, Didmas Barasa Wekesa. Kiminini, Kakai Bisau. Kinango, Gonzi Rai. Kinangop, Kwenya Dhuku. Kinangop, Kwenya Dhuku. Kipipiri, Wanjiku Muhea. Kipkelion East, Cherorot Joseph. Kipkelion West, Hillary Kiplangat Kosgei. Kirinyaga County, Jane Maina. Kirinyaga County, Jane Maina Njeri. Kirinyaga Central, Joseph Gitari. Kisauni, Benzimba Rashid Juma. Kisii County, Donya Doris Aburi. Kisii County, Donya Doris Aburi.
Absent.
Kisumu County, Ruth Othiambo Busia Odinga. Kisumu Central, Oron Joshua Odongo. Kisumu East, Shakil Shabir. Shakil Shabir. Kisumu West, Rosa Buyu. Kitui County, Kasalu Irene Mudhoni. Kitui Central, Makali Benson Mulu. Kitui East, Nimrod Mbai. Kitui Rural, Mboni Mwalika. Kitui South, Recho Nyamae Kaki.
Yes.
Kitui West, Edith Nyenze. Kitutu Chache North, Japheth Nyakundi Mokaya. Kitutu Chache South, Kibagendi Anthony. Kitutu Masaba, Gesairo Clive Ombane. Konoin, Yegon Richard. Kuresoi North, Mutahi Alfred. Kulesoi North, Mutahi Alfred.
Yes.
Kulesoi South, Tonui Joseph. Kuria East, Kitayama Maisori Marwa. Kuria West, Mathias Robi. Kwale County, Fatuma Masito Hamisi. Kwanza, Fanidad Wanyonyi. Lafe Abdurrahman Mohammed Abdi. Lafe Abdurrahman Mohammed Abdi. Lagdera Mohammed Hussein Abdikadir.
Yes.
Laikipia County Jane Kagiri. Laikipia East Kiunjuri Festus. Laikipia North Sara Korere. Laikipia West Stephen Wachira Karani. Leisamis Joseph Lekuton. Lamu County Mudhoni Marubu. Lamu East Rueda Obo. Lamu West Stanley Mudhama. Langata Felix Adiwol Kothe. Lari Kahangara Joseph. Likoni Mishi Mboko. Likuyani Innocent Mugabe. Limuru John Chege Kiragu. Loima Protas Akuja. Luanda Dick Maungu. Lugari Nabi Naboera Daraja. Lunga Lunga Chiforomondo Mangale Munga. Lurambi Titus Hamala Mkhwana. Mara Kareke Mbiuki. Machakos County Joyce Kamene. Machakos Town Caleb Mule.
Yes. There, yes.
Makandara George Aladwa. Makwiny Suzanne Dunge Kiamba. Makwiny County Rose Mumo Museo. Malava Malulu Ichendi. Malindi Amina Munyanzi. Mandera North Sheikh Bashir Abdurai. Mandera County Umuhel Kasim. Mandera East Abdurrahman Hussein Waitan Mohammed. Mandera South Abdul Ibrahim Haro. Mandera West Yusuf Adan Haji. Mandera West Yusuf Adan Haji. Manyata Mukunji John. Manyata Mukunji John.
Let him take again. No, let him take again.
Yes. Not him again. Listen, repeat.
Maragua. Maragua wa Maua Njoroge. Marakwet East David Bowen. Marakwet West Kipchumba Toroitich. Marsabit County Naomi Wako. Masinga Joshua Mwalio. Masinga Joshua Mwalio, Matayos Joyfrey Odanga, Madare Anthony Oroch, Madhioya Edwin Mugo Gichoki,
That should be a spoiled vote.
Madhira Eric Mwangi Kahogu,
I vote yes.
Matuga Kasim Sawa Tandaza,
Yes.
Matungu Nabulido Peter Oscar,
Yes.
Matungulu Stephen Mule, Mavoko Patrick Kingola Makau, Mbere North Geoffrey Kariuki Kiringa,
Yes.
Mbere South Nabat Bernard Muriuki,
Yes. Yes.
Boni Erastus Kibasu, Meru County Elizabeth Kailemia Karambu, Migori County Fatuma Mohammed Zainab,
Order members. Baba Wino, go back to your seat. Go back to your seat. Honorable members, exercise of decorum. Junaid Mohammed, who is the chief whip of the minority, has not notified the speaker of the change of any teller. And you also go through elections. Once you appoint accounting agent, he remains accounting agent to the end. Isn't that so?
Mogotio Kiborek Ruben, Moiben Barto Phyllis, Molo Kuria Francis Kimani, Mogotio Kiborek Ruben,
It was yes. No. Yes.
Kiborek,
Yes, it's a yes.
Mombasa County Zamzam Mohammed, Mosop Abraham Kirwa, Moyale Jaldesa Guyo, Msambweni Salim Faisal, Mount Elgon Fred Kapondi, Muhoroni Koyo James, Mukurweini Kaguchia John, Mumias East Salasia Peter,
That is a spoiled vote. Spoiled. Mr. Speaker, that is a spoiled vote.
Mumias West.
Order members. Honorable Salasia, you are treated as if you have not voted. Can you vote? No theatrics.
Mumias West Johnson Naika, Murang'a County Betty Maina Njeri,
Yes. Yes.
Mvita Machele Mohammed, Mwala Musioka Vincent Musau, Mwatate, Peter Shake, Mwea, Mary Maingi,
Yes. Mr. Speaker, that's a spoiled vote.
Mwingi Central.
Members, avoid making speeches when you vote. Where can you vote?
Mary Maingi.
Okay.
Mwingi Central, Muliungi Gideon Mutemi.
On behalf of Mwingi Central, I vote no.
Mwingi North, Nzengu Paul. Mwingi West, Charles Nguna.
I vote no.
Nairobi County, Pasari Zesta.
Now that is another spoiled vote. Other spoiled
Order.
Naivasha, Jane Kihara. Nakuru, Chelule Liza. Nakuru Town East, David Gikaria. Nakuru Town West, Samuel Arama. Nambale, Godfrey Mulanya. Nandi County, Cynthia Muge. Nandi Hills, Bernard Kitur. Nandi County, Cynthia Muge. Nandi Hills, Kitur Bernard. Narok County, Rebecca Tonkei. Narok East, Aramat Lemanken.
Yes.
Narok North, Agnes Pareyo. Narok North, Agnes Pareyo. Narok South, Kitilai Olentutu. Narok West, Gabriel Tongoyo. Navajolo, Emmanuel Wangwe. Daragwa, George Gachagua. Ndiwa, Martin Peters Owino. Ndia, GK Kariuki Macharia. Njoro, Charity Kadhambi Chepkoni. Charity Kadhambi.
Yes.
Northhor, Guyo Ade Wario. North Imenti, Rahim Daud. North Mugirango, Joash Nyamoko. Nyakach, Aduma Joshua Owor. Nyali, Muhammad Ali. Nyali, Muhammad Ali. Nyamira, Jerusha Momanyi.
Yes.
Nyandarua County, Faith Gitau. Nyando, Jared Okelo.
Nyando vote no.
Nyaribari Chache, Zahil Janda. Nyaribari Masaba, Daniel Manduku. Nyatike, Tom Boya Ondege. Nyeri County, Rahab Mukami. Nyeri Town, Duncan Madhenge. Oljororok, Michael Muchira. Ol Kalau, Kiaraho David, Odaya Michael Wainaina, Pokot South Kosing David, Rabbi Anthony Kenga Mupe, Rabbi Anthony Kenga Mupe, Rangwe Gogo Lilian, Rarieda Paul Otiende Amolo, Rongai Paul Kibet Jebor, Rongo Paul Abor, Roy Sambu Mwafrika Kamande, Ruaraka Tom Joseph Kajwang, Ruiru Simon Kingara, Runyenjes Karemba Eric Muchangi, Sabatia Sloya Clement Logova, Sabatia Sloya Clement Logova, Saboti Caleb Amisi, Saku Dido Raso, Samburu County Pauline Lengurus, yes. Samburu East Lekumontare Jackson Letoijoni, yes. Samburu North Letepila Dominic, yes. Samburu West Josephine Lesuda Naisula,
Microphone.
Josephine Naisula Lesuda.
Mike.
Give her the mic. Yes.
I vote no.
Seme James Nikal. Seme James Nikal. Chinyalu Frederick. Chinyalu Frederick Ikana.
Yes. Ikana, yes.
Seme Frederick, sorry. Chinyalu Frederick Ikana.
Yes. Yes.
Siaya County Christine Ombaka. Sigor Peter Rochakapong. Sigoret Soin Justice Kemei. Sirisia John Waluke. Sotik Francis Sigei. Saudi Menti Shadrach Mwiti. Shadrach Mwiti South Menti. South Mugirango Silvanus Osoro. Soy David Kiplangat. Starehe Amos Mwago. Suba North Millie Grace Odhiambo. Suba South Karori Omondi.
Yes.
Subukia Samuel Gachobe.
Yes.
Omondi has voted.
He's there. He's voted. He's there.
Suna East Junet Mohammed. Suna West Francis Masara. Taita Taveta County, Lydia Haika Mziki. Tana River County, Amina Deka. Tarbaj, Bare Hussein Abdi.
Yes. Huh?
Tarbaj, Bare Hussein Abdi.
Yes.
Please go. Taveta, John Okano Bwire. Teso North, Oku Kaunya. Teso South, Mary Amase.
Mary Amase.
Teso South, sorry, Tetu, Joyfrey Wandeto. Joyfrey Wandeto. Daraka, George Murugara. Tharaka-Nithi County, Susan Ngugi. Tharaka-Nithi County, Susan Ngugi. Thika Town, Alice Nganga. Tiati, William Kamket. Tiati, William Kamket. Tigania East, Mpuru Aburi. Tigania West, John Mutunga. Tinderet, Julius Meli. Tongaren, John Chikati. Trans Nzoia County, Lillian Sioe.
Order. The chief whip on the minority side informs me that he is appointed member for Pumula to relieve Honorable Mawade as a teller.
Trans Nzoia County, Lillian Sioe. Tarbo, Janet Citienei. Turkana County, Cecilia Ngetit. Turkana County, Cecilia Ngetit. Turkana Central, Joseph Namor Emade. Turkana East, Nicholas Gikolok Ngikor. Turkana East, Nicholas Ngikolong Ngikor. Turkana North, Paul Ekom Nabuin. Turkana South, John Ariko. Turkana West, Nanok Daniel.
Yes.
Uasin Gishu County, Gladys Boss. Gladys Boss. Ugenya, David Ochieng. Ugenya, David Ochieng.
Yes, yeah.
Ugunja, James Wandai.
Upio.
James Wandai. Oriri, Mark Nyamita. Vihiga, Ernest Kivai Kagesi. Vihiga, Ernest Kivai Kagesi.
Yes.
Vihiga County, Beatrice Adagala.
Yes. She's here.
Beatrice Adagala. Voi, Abdi Chome. Wajir County, Fatuma Jeho. Wajir County, Fatuma Jeho. Wajir East, Daud Adan Mohammed. Wajir East, Daud Adan Mohammed. Wajir North, Abdi Saneh. Wajir South, Ado Mohammed. Wajir South, Abdi Mohammed. Ado.
Yes. Yes.
Wajir West, Farah Yusuf Mohammed.
No.
Webuye East, Martin Pepela Wanyonyi.
Kuna mtu hapa uzetiki na wanasema. I'm telling you.
Abdi Daud Mohammed is out of the country. Webuye East, Daniel Wanyama.
West.
Webuye West, Daniel Wanyama.
Yes.
West Mugirango, Stephen Mogaka. West Pokot County, Rael Kasiwai Chepkemoi.
Okay, give it. West Pokot, Kasiwai Rael Chepkemoi. West Pokot, Kasiwai Rael Chepkemoi.
She's there. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Westlands, Wetangula Timothy Wanyonyi. Wundanyi, Mwakuona Danson Mwashako. Yatta, Basil Robert Ngui. Yatta, Basil Robert Ngui.
They are alive. No. They are alive. Yeah.
Ali Abdisirat Khalif.
Yes.
Chege Sabina Wanjiru. Dina Joseph Hamisi.
Yes.
Harun Suleka Hulbale.
Yes.
Ikiara Dorothy Modoni. Iraya Joseph Wainaina. Koske Joseph Kipkemo.
I'm a 40 years. May I want to repeat that? What is the He's at the corner there. He's at the corner. At the corner there.
Okay. No, Koske. Okay. I will repeat. Koske Jackson Kipkemo. He's there. Yeah. Mayaka Irene Nyakerario. Mayaka Irene Nyakerario.
Mpe mic. Vote. Hakuna. Sema tu. No, give her a mic. Mpe mic.
On behalf of Gen Z and the people of Nyamira, I vote no.
Mohammed Khair Harun.
She is not nominated in Nyamira. That is a spoil for her. She's here. Mike, mpe mic.
As the Gen Z of the House, born in the year 1996, I say no.
Teresia Wanjiru Mwangi. Teresia Wanjiru Mwangi. Okay. John Mbadi Ngongo.
The authentic vote for Suba South is no.
Talib Abubakar Ahmed. Talib Abubakar Ahmed.
Yes.
Okay, done.
Sawa.
Order. Order, honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. Order. The voting is not over until the results are announced. Take your seats. Order, members, take your seats. Kawanjiku, take your seats. Order. Honorable members, the tellers are not sure whether Honorable Sane voted or not. He's coming to confirm.
What is your name? Yes. What is your name?
You are satisfied?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, Sane, take your seat. Order, honorable members, will tell us now walk to the bar. Will the tellers walk to the bar? Order.
Honorable Speaker, the division on the second reading of the Finance Bill 2024 voting, the ayes 204, nays 115, abstention,
order,
abstention 0.
Haya.
Order. Order, Honorable Millie. Order. 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 The results of the vote are not announced by the teller. Order. Honorable members, the results of the division on second reading of the Finance Bill 2024 is as follows. Ayes 204, nays 115, abstentions nil. So the ayes have it. Order. I now order for the bill to be read the second time. Order. Order. The House is in session. Order. Order. Clerk. Order.
A bill for an act of Parliament to amend the law relating to various taxes and duties and for matters incidental thereto.
Honorable members, the matter of the finance bill is now over. You wait for the committee of the whole. Those who have amendments to file, you know the deadline was 1 o'clock. The clerk and his team will process those amendments, and as you are told, the House will sit on Tuesday morning when we'll proceed on the same matter. I now order that the next order be open the bar, open the doors. Now call out the next order.
Order number 9, motion, consideration of Senate amendments to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2024.
Clerk, call the next order.
Order number 9, motion, consideration of Senate amendments to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2024.
is getting out of hand. Mwambie azime hiyo gari hiyo. And we will fight for our right. Tusipojifightia, mnataka nani atufightie? Tusipojifightia, mnataka nani atufightie? We have disabilities, but we are here on the streets fighting for our rights, and we will not stop. We will not stop. Mwache kuvuruga. Zakayo, wacha ujinga ushuke. Zakayo shuka, ama tutakushukisha. kuchemka sana. Right yako mahali pa kwenda.
Big love is in the tiny details. Every second.
Those people don't have to know today.
Tumechoka Ruto! Tumechoka! opposition is getting out of hand. Mwambie azime hiyo gari hiyo. And we will fight for our right. Tusipojifightia, mnataka nani atufightie? Tusipojifightia, mnataka nani atufightie? We have disabilities, but we are here on the streets fighting for our rights, and we will not stop. We will not stop. Mwache kuvuruga. Zakayo, wacha ujinga ushuke. Zakayo shuka, ama tutakushukisha. unachemka sana.
Big love is in the tiny details. Every second.
Go. Those people don't have to know. Tumetoka Ruto! Tumetoka!
Sisi tumeanzishwa huko nini? Tumeanzishwa huko kitambo. Yote nimeingia hata wewe kaskati. Nimelia. Hii kazi itaki. Ona wewe amekuja. Nimeweka flight mode bwana. Sasa.
Sawa? Hawa wengine hapo. Ndio kwa gawana, mimi niko hapa, kuna wengine hapo kwingine. Kuna period nini hapo? Mungu hakuna kitu kingine zote. Mungu ananisimu gani unapata? Unaona kwa.
Actually, on some of the few items, and even the proposal to levy the capital gains on the transfer of the property. However, Mr. Speaker, based on all these 18 issues they addressed to the Kenyans, I still feel the mood in the country, and even what we call the Finance Act of 2023, Kenyans have not recovered on all these issues, Mr. Speaker. And based on what I have been instructed by my voters, based on what Kenyans are doing at the moment, even now, going all over the street, I want to oppose this finance bill on that issue. Mr. Speaker, I think we can actually do a lot of things, and the reason why I'm opposing the finance bill, number one, is a proposal to increase the import declaration fee at a rate from 2.5% to 3%, and we know
hakuna mtu amepigana, wala mnajua. Cheki vile mmenyamaza. Tabia mbaya hiyo, very bad manners. Coming from the authority. Tabia mbaya hiyo. Anyway, hatuchoki. Na re-energize. Bakia. Saa 8 ndio hiyo. 2 p.m. Una re-energize. Mpaka masaa. Yote yawezekana bila Ruto. Yote yawezekana bila Ruto. Yote yawezekana.
Wamemtoa Kenya, kilamia pesa itaka kuja kumpiga. Napata umesponsoriwa na lunchbox. Si ndio kwa hata ukinipiga, pesa itaka unapata 2%. Lazima mtu mmoja kwa ground, lakini sisi unaweza jifanya unafanya kazi. Usitupige. Sawa. Tumishi kwa wote. Sawa baba. Kazi bro. Watu wana amani.
mchezo, hii maisha ni pole pole. Wewe kutumika, kukua, slaves in our own country. Hiyo tumekataa. Uhuru alikataa. BBI, mbona usikatai financial bill? Hatutaki. Just forget about it. Financial levy, hatutaki. Go ahead and plan another thing, lakini financial bill hatutaki. Mimi nasimama hapa yesterday. Mkani kusema nini? Mambo ni lai. Unapanisha mkate. Mimi kule ndio ujinga. Utaenda nyumbani utake usitake. Na mtu anikwambia tu nini? Mimi kama mjaluo. Ya una kukaribisha lakini sawa. Lakini mambo ya kupandisha finance bill nimekataa. Ongea sana Ruto wewe wafua uende. Ruto must go. Ili mfano wa kitaifa. Hataki bana. Lazima uende. Mwambia zime hiyo gari hiyo. And we will fight for our right. Msipotufightia, mnataka nani atufightie? Msipotufightia, mnataka nani atufightie? We have disabilities, but we are here on the streets fighting for our rights, and we will not stop. We will not stop. Wote kuvuruga, takayo wacha ujinga ushuke, takayo shuka, ama tutakushukisha.
Big love is in the tiny details. Every second.
Shida Hawa nimepiga wote. Those people don't have to know.
Tumetoka Ruto, tumetoka. Hata wakuje. Wapige tena.
Sisi tumeanzishwa huko nini? Tumeanzishwa huko kitambo. Yote nimeingia hata wewe weka kaskati. Nimelia. Hii kazi itaki. Ona wewe amekuja. Nimeweka flight mode bwana. Sasa.
Sawa? watu wengine wako hapa. Bila kugawana, mimi niko hapa, kuna wengine wako kwingine. Kuna period nini hapo? Mungu hakuna kitu kingine zote. Mungu ananisimu gani unapata? Unaona kwa.
Actually, on some of the few items, and even the proposal to levy the capital gains on the transfer of the property. However, Mr. Speaker, based on all these 18 issues they addressed to the Kenyans, I still feel the mood in the country, and even what we call the Finance Act of 2023, Kenyans have not recovered on all these issues, Mr. Speaker. And based on what I have been instructed by my voters, based on what Kenyans are doing at the moment, even now, going all over the street, I want to oppose this finance bill on that issue. Mr. Speaker, I think we can actually do a lot of things, and the reason why I'm opposing the finance bill, number one, is a proposal to increase the import declaration fee at a rate from 2.5% to 3%. And we know Kenya is a net importer on so many issues. Actually, 60% of what we consume in this country is imported. It means we are going to have a multiplier effect in this economy. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, was the increase on duty for gaming and betting, and nobody has spoken about this issue. Increasing it from 12.5% to 20%, Mr. Speaker, this is the only fund we are relying to take the sportsmen and other people to compete in international competition like the Olympics Games we are going to witness in France next month, Mr. Speaker. It's going to...
Thank you, Nguna. MP Brett. MP Brett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion, not the motion, the bill, finance bill, together with the proposals that the Finance Committee has recommended in their report. Mr. Speaker, we must come to an agreement as a House that we cannot propose one thing and do another thing. We did indeed make proposals as this House and passed the appropriation bill, allowing the Budget Committee to be able to appropriate the funds that we had thought are of essence and also of great concern to the people. Mr. Speaker, in accepting and agreeing to the appropriation bill, the monies that we had voted for the constituencies, the various projects that are within our constituencies, and the nation's development, we did therefore agree that we will be able to raise these revenues either through ordinary tax or the proposals that the Finance Committee are going to come for us to be able to fund these projects. I find it hypocritical for members to rise up here and say that they will reject the finance bill in totality, and also refusing to acknowledge that therefore it must be accompanied by reductions or some elimination of some of the projects and the expenditures that you had proposed. Mr. Speaker, having read through the appropriation bill, this bill had proposed 1 trillion shillings, close to 1 trillion shillings, on repayment of interest on debt. This in itself has been monies that were taken, loans that were taken by the previous governments combined. And we must be
peaceful demonstration. Ukianza kurusha mawe ni nini? Mawe gani? Peaceful demonstration. Mbona mnarusha?
I've suffered for long in this country. Let me be arrested. I've suffered alone. I've been fighting for the freedom of this country. I've been alone. Let them kill us. We are tired. We are tired. We are tired. Let them kill us. We are tired. We are fighting for the freedom of this country. We are tired. We are tired. We are tired. Finance me down. Finance me down.
Yote yawezekana.
I'm demonstrating peacefully. I'm demonstrating
hakuna mtu amepigana. Ona mnajua. Cheki vile mmenyamaza. Tabia mbaya hiyo. Very bad manners. Coming from the authority. Tabia mbaya hiyo. Anyway, hatuchoki. Hatuchoki. Na re-energize. Bakia. Saa 8 ndio hiyo. 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Una re-energize. Mpaka masaa. Yote yawezekana bila Ruto. Yote yawezekana bila Ruto. Yote yawezekana.
Wamemtoa Kenya, sikania pesa yako kuja kumpiga. Napata unesponsoriwa na lunchbox. Sisi kwa kwa hata ukinipiga, pesa yako na kama kupa. Lazima mtu mmoja kwa ground, lakini usipige. Unajifanya unafanya kazi. Usitupige. Sawa. Tumishi kwa wote. Sawa baba. Kazi bro.
Sikuja kupoteza mkono kimcheza mchezo. Maisha ni pole pole.
lakini financial bill hatutaki. Mimi nasimama hapa rasmi. Mtoni kusema nini? Mambo ni lai. Unapandisha mkate. Mimi kuna ujinga. Utaenda nyumbani utake usitake. Na mtoni kwa mtu nini? Mimi kama mjalio. Ya unga kukaribisha lakini sawa. Lakini mambo ya kupandisha finance bill nimekataa. Ongea sana Ruto wafua wende. Ruto must go. Ili mfano wa kitaifa. Hataki bana. Lazima uende.
Bwana nishamfanya huyu. Wewe mbwani.
Thank you.